Hello? Hopefully I can get this to work nicely. See how this voice sounds. Alright, we'll get rid of this one. Okay. But first, let's see how I sound before I get the music back up. Okay. Hello, okay. Hello, okay. I need to mute it every now and then to make sure I can go. Fuck. Still need to like lower the sound a little bit. It's like it peaks so much for some reason. Dungeons and Dragons. Let's go. Hearts of Iron. Mr. Beast in Germany. Let's see if that we'll switch it to that. Okay. Alright, so let's see how I sound again. Sorry if you're going to hear a little bit of reverb, but it's a little bit early. People haven't started to come in yet, so I'm still testing things out. People haven't started to come in yet, so I'm still testing things out. People haven't started. I can get like just a little bit. I can get a little bit. The thing is, sounds okay, but I can see that when I like my voice raises a little bit, it peaks a lot. So maybe we'll try lowering my microphone settings just a little bit more. See if that helps. If we click OK, and we'll give it another listen, and we'll give it another listen, and we'll. Yeah, that seems good to me. Okay, wonderful news. Wonderful news. All right. So I'm just gonna go and fix get everything else ready for the stream. I'll be right back. I'm just making sure that oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, nice. I thought I was connected to my VPN again. That's pretty funny. No, I'm not connected to my VPN. Okay, give us a moment. I'll be back. Okay. I really wanted to play like the Nazgul, like as we were starting up, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna play with this just to start off with, just to see how you know, how are we doing, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I am Leader TV. Haircut, pretty nice. It's been a while since I've streamed, and certainly I haven't streamed Hoi4 before, so that's a little bit different, right? Oh man, I just can't get this game off my mind recently. It is fantastic. We're also going to do some of the. We're also going to be watching me play Hearts of Iron while we're playing Hearts of Iron, bro. We are locked in on this Hearts of Iron. No, not really. Here we go. I'll drag our way, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. Nice. So we dragged. Put that over there. We got like a bunch of content that we're gonna go over today. Well, we're gonna try to today. I want to try and get a. I want to try and figure out a streaming setup that I feel comfortable with, that I can do at the same time. You know, maybe play a game and chill and that sort of thing while we're doing this, while we're you know, going over some content. Now, I think maybe what we'll do then is, I have no idea. Like, what I feel as if like one has to be like 75, and one has to be like. How about that? Trouble in Baseland. So yeah, this is Legal Eagles going over some of the content from Mr. Beast. I have seen like the original Mr. Beast allegations, but it's like so just disjointed, and it felt schizo. And they have like they mix in like, you know, they're like, oh, Mr. Beast doesn't pay his employees, and you know that one time. I like scraped my knee and Mr. Beast gave me a look, and that made me feel a certain way. It kind of felt that kind of disjointed, where like it was like they sandwiched like some potentially crazy stuff into like, you know, a long video which was just filled with fluff, and didn't feel good. It's like, it's hard to like, you know, if you're not there sort of like taking everything down and sort of like looking into it, it can be a little bit I don't know. It just wasn't clear and concise, and they didn't hone in on the allegations they needed to get to. Mr. Beast is this. Mr. Beast, you know, Mr. Beast hangs around, you know, hires people with like a history of what is it? I think it's like one had like some felony charge allegedly, and well, that's what we're going into right now. But that's what I saw. That like and like I wasn't looking at it critically at the time, but that was like my cursory glance at what it was. So we're gonna watch the legal stuff, because he has a pretty good mind for this type of thing, and then we'll go over to some people who've like cut it up a little bit better. There was like a point, like, to just go on a quick tangent. There was like a point. Hold on. I'm going to get my phone up because I can't actually see you guys right now, right? Oh. I can't actually see what you're saying if you guys are speaking. Alright. I'm going to turn off my camera. Okay? Just while I get up. It's definitely because, you know, I'm wearing pants right now. Here we go. Okay. So I can talk to you guys as a chat. I mean, like, I am streaming to YouTube, but like, YouTube's like really sort of. YouTube's like a very, I don't know. It's not a very popular category for me. Oh yeah, hey Dilphus, thank you. Please dismiss that message. I'm going to invest. Hair is popping. Oh, Oh, you didn't need to say that, buddy. Thank you. Let me just... When you say doing, barely known, which part were you referring to, by the way, Mr. Dolphus? Alright, okay. This is gonna be like... this is gonna be crazy for me, right? Because I've got like the... We'll hit play on this.
Different fronts, and all this comes at a terrible time, right when Amazon is investing potentially hundreds of millions of dollars into the Beast games, which is facing its own controversy. Now, a lot of this is outside of my field, but people are claiming that Mr. Beast broke the law, and that is my bat signal, or eagle signal. From Feastables to the Beast games, he can do it all.
These are all so well put together. I love those things. Oh, that is pretty good. You got me, alright? Your dad jokes are on fire, and I love that about you. Oh, beautiful. Fuck. I wanted to do something. Oh, yeah, that's right. What I wanted to do, right? I wanted to do something completely schizo. I've got 2 screens. Beast. Game. And I want to have, like... No, it's alright. We'll just
or
YouTube chat can be
an ex-employee is making waves by claiming that everything about Mr. Beast's empire is
got
fake.
Twitch chat
it was
on my
scripted.
phone. That's
Holy shit, this stuff would be easy to pump out.
Have you ever faked a video?
No.
But this train track is CGI, these bus wheels are CGI, this explosion is fake, this shredder is CGI, this car is digitally lifted, this pit is fake, this guy is fake, this raccoon is a paid actor.
And it doesn't stop there. There are claims that Mr. Beast's frequent giveaways are actually illegal lotteries, and that Mr. Beast's contests run afoul of federal anti-rigging laws. And looking at the other side, the ex-employee may have signed a non-disclosure agreement, which he might be violating by producing his videos. Is he going to be in trouble too? Well, to understand all this, you have to understand who Mr. Beast is and what a Mr. Beast video is. Well, Mr. Beast, whose real name is Jimmy Donaldson, is known for his elaborate and film.
Yeah, whoa, buddy. Yeah, just go on. Just throw his name out there for everyone to see. No, yeah, I got you. I got you, Mr. Dilfer. Did that still work? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay.
Philanthropic videos. His videos often feature massive challenges, expensive stunts, and big giveaways. Mr. Beast has over 300 million subscribers, and he's expanded his empire to candy bars and to cheeseburgers, and will soon host a game show on Amazon Prime. And now an ex-employee claims that Mr. Beast fakes his videos and runs illegal lotteries. The man, who goes by Dogpack404 on Twitter, alleged that Mr. Beast's company engaged in fake giveaways, rigged videos, ran illegal lotteries, and sold fake signatures. Though according to Chucky Appleby, who runs Mr. Beast's Ideas and Thumbnails team, the man worked for Mr. Beast for less than a month before he was fired for erratic behavior. But the former worker started a YouTube channel and produced a video.
Wait, hold on, stop. So wait, hold on, okay. What was that?
Though according to Chucky Appleby, who runs Mr. Beast's Ideas and Thumbnails team,
Mr. Beast has an Ideas and Thumbnails team? An Ideas and Thumbnail, okay, alright. Yeah, so like Mr. Beast is like, I always knew it was like well produced, but like, you know, we're learning a little bit more about him. It wasn't my decision, it was my decision to fire him for erratic behavior. He worked at the company for less than a month. How did he like figure all this shit out, man, if he works like, you know, at like the company for less than a month? Come on. Alright, let me click that.
the man worked for Mr. Beast for less than a month before he was fired for erratic behavior. But the former worker started a YouTube channel and produced a video alleging that Mr. Beast runs illegal lotteries.
And obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just going to show you the law and then
if that was true, this man is like running a scorched earth policy on Mr. Beast, eh? He's just like, you know, he's running him into the ground. It's like, well, you gonna fire me, bitch? Nah, fuck you. You hired someone with like, you know, who was convicted of some kind of felony. I think it was a sexual felony. I'm not sure exactly which one, which is why I'm sort of like fumbling through it a little bit. But, allegedly. But, you know, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. No wonder his video is so disjointed.
show you irrefutable evidence of what's being done, and you can make your own conclusions. The FTC defines a lottery as containing 3 elements.
And here he's mostly correct about the legal elements of a lottery. This varies state by state, but most jurisdictions define a lottery as having 3 elements. Consideration, which is payment to participate, a prize, which must be something of value, and chance, which means that the winner is determined by luck. If all 3 of these elements are present and the lottery is not regulated, it is likely illegal, because lotteries in the United States are exclusively run by the government. Now, this is in contrast to what I'll generally call a contest, which is not based on chance so much as skill or intellect. And that's why it's generally legal to have a prize for a contest, even when there's an entry fee, because it's not based on chance and therefore does not constitute a lottery. Lotteries are distinct from sweepstakes and raffles, which are illegal. Sweepstakes are games where a person is chosen randomly to win a prize.
I think the way it's sort of been, I've seen this described around before, and I think like the way sort of like people usually sort of get away with like lotteries. So think like a cereal box, right? With like there's a chance you could win, a free Simpsons, figurine inside. And apparently how this sort of thing isn't a lottery, because like it's essentially it's on the same scale of thing. It's like there's a chance of you getting something that is desirable when you buy this item, and it's not always guaranteed, which is like, it's the whole, it's like magic cards, but this is like it's a lottery time. I guess it's like if it's not specifically the point, if it's not a card, if you're not buying like essentially exactly a lottery system game, then I guess you're in deep trouble. What I'm trying to say here is that my mind is like, this lottery system is like magic cards. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh. It's like all of these types of things where it's like you can buy an object, you buy an item, and you don't know necessarily if you're going to get it. It's gambling, but it's like gambling light. I don't know. But back to the original point of it, right? Is that how like companies like cereal boxes get around this is apparently they have like there's a way to free entry, like send an email to this post office box, and eventually and you can with your details, and we'll send you one for free. And because they've got this sort of like way you can enter to sort of like get the item for free, it's not technically a lottery. That's sort of what he's going to go on to say here, but
prize, and sweepstakes participants do not give consideration to enter. Now, we'll talk more about this in a second, but the reason a sweepstakes is generally allowable in the context of buying something to enter is that there is an option to enter the same sweepstakes without a purchase necessary. And a raffle is an activity in which people buy tickets.
See, I haven't pre-watched this, alright? I haven't pre-watched this.
With different numbers, some of which are later chosen to win prizes, that's organized in order to make money for a good social purpose. And raffles are generally only legal when they're conducted by non-profits. So let's go back to the video that people are claiming is an illegal lottery. During a 2020 livestream, the Mr. Beast crew sold limited edition t-shirts that cost $42. The sign in the background says, "Buy a shirt and I'll sign it."
For those of you who are just joining, if you buy one of our limited edition 40 mil special shirts, we're celebrating 40 million subscribers with a really big video, then we will sign that shirt, and some of them will get random prizes like this.
So the parameters of the offer were that a fan buys an autographed t-shirt and they get the possibility of winning a prize. The winners were supposed to be chosen randomly at different intervals, but Mr. Beast changed.
Just to be fair, like this is probably the least consequential thing. I don't think if you were to ask almost anyone but like an arbiter of like a lawyer or someone, an arbiter of the law, someone who like, is someone who would like, someone whose job it is to persecute these things. I don't think anyone would have any real problem with Mr. Beast handing out a t-shirt. It's, even though it is illegal, YouTubers do these types of things all the time. And like back in the day, like, subscribe, they did it like a Keemstar did it on Twitter a bunch like, ooh, I'll give out, to the person who follows, likes, and retweets my comments, I'll give you $100. I'll give one lucky person $100 or something like that. They happen almost all the time. No one cares, but it's Mr. Beast, so like, I guess people consider him sort of like, he's like almost treated as like, he's got to almost be immaculate. He's got to be perfect.
change the rules of the giveaway midstream.
This isn't the most consequential thing I've heard.
They would say something like, buy in the next 5 minutes for a chance to win. And then 7 minutes later go, actually, the newest order in 30 seconds is going to win.
Dogpack says that during the 6-hour live stream, MrBeast offered 46 illegal lotteries with a retail value of over $47,000. Now, typically when you review the terms and conditions of giveaway,
I mean, like, you know, it's pretty weak sauce. We're going after Mr. Beast. Why? He was giving away free shit? Oh, come on, man. Come on.
like this one, the first disclaimer you'll see is the statement, no purchase necessary. That's how you get around the lottery rules. You offer people a way to participate in the sweepstakes without having to purchase anything. Now, MrBeast's 6-hour live streams look a little sloppy. They're not like the MrBeast videos of today. The full video isn't available anymore, so we don't know whether there was a disclaimer in the video or in the description, but it does look like a purchase was required and there was no free way to enter. So in some jurisdictions, MrBeast probably would have been running an illegal lottery. And if true, he probably wouldn't be alone. This was frankly pretty common on YouTube back in the day. And it's also common for YouTubers to get legal advice later after they become more successful. Remember kids, talk to your lawyer early and often. We can often save you a ton of headache in the future. But not offering a free method of participation is a pitfall that I've seen a lot of YouTubers do when it comes to giveaways or bonuses. It's so common, in fact, that a very large YouTuber, Captain Sparkles, even admitted to doing the same thing while he was talking about this MrBeast situation.
I will admit to something here that may be past the statute of limitations, but the way that I found out about illegal lotteries to begin with is because I accidentally did.
I think it's Captain Sparkles. No, wasn't it maybe it's Captain Sparkles. I'll get you guys the name later, but there is a YouTuber who like goes into like he deep dives onto like special effects of videos. I kind of watched his summary on, is lottery illegal? So I think, actually, I'm pretty sure it's this guy. But I'm used to seeing him, like, he does this whole, like, I'm done up. He, like, puts makeup on and, it's silver paint, and he sort of, like, goes and he does deep dives onto, like, the special effects on videos and, like, how he viral videos, which is like, oh, this guy goes invisible, and he, like, recreates them. So like his main channel is just phenomenal and he's the GOAT. I don't think he's doing much of that anymore, but yeah.
Did one.
If it were me, even if it were super common, I would not admit to breaking the law on camera. But, you do you. That's more work for lawyers in the future. And a lot of private companies have gotten in trouble for doing the same kind of giveaway. The Department of Justice concluded that the Ironman Triathlon organization conducted an illegal lottery by charging athletes $50 for a chance to compete in its world championship. So the World Triathlon Corp, which runs Ironman, also encouraged people to pay an additional $50 to purchase memberships in a club that would increase their chances of getting into the championship race. They didn't offer a refund to people whose entries weren't chosen and gave them no future credit towards registration for those that were chosen. And the company ran this promotion for decades, between 1983 and 2015. But as a result, the company agreed to forfeit the $2.76 million that they had collected and cease the lottery practice, though it denied any wrongdoing. Now there is one...
When it says $2.76 million they'd collected, is that like over their entire career, or is that just like their last year of earnings? It'd have to be like their last year of earnings.
More interesting wrinkle when it comes to MrBeast potentially engaging in illegal lottery. Now we talked about the different elements of a lottery. You have to have the element of chance, there has to be a prize, but also the people looking to participate in the lottery have to offer consideration. Now consideration for the purposes of lotteries is often construed narrowly. It does not need to include money. If a person has to make an effort to register, this can constitute consideration under the law. So for example, if you pay $42 for a t-shirt in exchange for the chance to win a prize, you've definitely provided consideration. And likewise, if you have to complete a long survey or make several trips to the store, many regulatory authorities also say that you've made a significant effort to get into a lottery. But not everything qualifies as consideration. If you mail a postcard to enter into a contest, the 50-cent postage does not count as consideration in most jurisdictions. So in another one of MrBeast's giveaways, he purchased 1,000 Samsung phones and gave them away randomly to people who subscribed to his channel. Now whether this is an illegal lottery or a legal sweepstakes depends on whether the state law construes subscribing to the channel as consideration. Now in North Carolina, where MrBeast is based, if the promotion includes a purchase, payment, or substantial effort, and it's a game of chance resulting in a prize, then it's likely an illegal lottery. If it's non-monetary consideration, the person would have to make a, quote, substantial degree of effort for it to be considered consideration. In the past, substantial effort examples include attending an all-day sales presentation or going to a scavenger hunt. But simply watching a TV program or visiting a location one time was not considered substantial effort in North Carolina. So I could definitely see a North Carolina court saying that simply pressing the subscribe button does not qualify as a substantial effort necessary to make it consideration. Now, what makes this situation even more complicated is that sometimes MrBeast videos contain both a contest and a sweepstakes. So take, for example, the video 100 Boys versus 100 Girls for $500,000. Here are the rules.
I built 2 massive circles and put 100 boys in one and 100 girls in the other. And whichever circle has more people after 100 hours wins $500,000.
So if any player steps on the red line, they're eliminated from the game. And during the 100 hours, MrBeast tempted the players with various offers, like giving one of the guys $10,000 for solving a Rubik's Cube.
We're gonna offer the one guy in there that knows how to solve them $10,000 to leave right now.
He also offered the girls a free car if they agreed to leave.
If Chris crashes it, it's coming with it. You don't have to get out, but whenever you do, your brand new car's right there.
Now that video was sponsored by a company called Current, and that company offered a separate sweepstakes. Now, it looks like by the time of this video, which comes 2 years later, MrBeast either lawyered up or learned his lesson, because it seems like he knew what he was doing in this particular video, because this video allows participation in the sweepstakes without purchase. The description reads, "No purchase or payment necessary to enter or win. Void outside the US and where prohibited, etc., more legalese." So the contestants, the viewers, did not have to join Current, the video sponsor, to enter into that particular sweepstakes. It links to other terms and conditions, and people had an opportunity to review the official rules to determine how the prize would be allocated. So it looks like sometime in the last 4 years, MrBeast got his act together and started complying with anti-lottery rules. Now, obviously, if you're running an illegal lottery, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've suffered a data breach, especially if you got a letter saying that your social security number had been leaked, if you were involved in a car crash or have an immigration issue or just about anything else, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you maximize your recovery and find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click on the link below. But many are conflating the old video of MrBeast offering a prize for buying a t-shirt, which arguably does constitute a lottery, with all MrBeast videos that happen to involve prizes in general. But these are very different situations, and the analysis is different too. MrBeast is known for giving subscribers a chance to take part in his videos, and Dogpack takes issue with this, arguing that, quote,
So yeah, the random subscribers you see in challenges are actually never random. They're almost always local to MrBeast, and oftentimes friends and family of MrBeast employees, or just the employees themselves.
And he highlighted some specific videos he says backs up his claims, specifically the video Boys vs. Girls for $500,000. He says the whole thing was rigged because the contestants weren't random subscribers.
Let's look at this video. Not only were the results of this video completely scripted, but the contestants are not random subscribers.
So many people had jobs.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend.
Chucky Appleby acknowledged that some of the players were friends or employees. Quote, the employees in the video were there to fill in for people who tested positive for COVID last minute right before filming. Thea, Jimmy's girlfriend, mentioned this on a podcast over a year ago. If it wasn't for COVID, they would not have been in it. They had the same money on the line as everyone else. And Dogpack also said that he received text messages from another Beast worker who said they had to rig the game so that the boys didn't win by so much.
According to a former MrBeast employee, it would have been a PR problem if the boys had won by a lot. And because so many of the female contestants were MrBeast employees who got out immediately, production stepped in to actually make the results of the challenge closer.
Now, there's absolutely nothing illegal about using friends or acquaintances in your videos. And it doesn't necessarily follow that just because MrBeast might have known some of the people who appeared in his videos, that he rigged the videos in their favor. Now, your mileage may vary as to whether it's a good or bad look to include friends in videos where there's money on the line. Now, arguably, you might conclude that if the video makes it appear that every contestant is random, and it turns out that that's not the case, then it makes it more likely that the outcome is rigged in their favor. MrBeast, after all, might want to patronize his friends. But you might also conclude that there is no connection between the identity of the contestants and the outcome. Now, I haven't reviewed every single MrBeast video. I have a life. Personally, I think this is probably closer to the truth, but I can see how people might feel deceived. And as it happens, I happen to know several people who have appeared in MrBeast videos. Again, because he needed someone to fill in at the last second and they happened to be nearby. In fact, you might know them, Dave the Agent and Patrick Willems. I can tell you, the video was not rigged in their favor at all. They happened to be taking a tour of Mr. Beast's facilities and got pegged to fill in at the last moment to put an entire GameStop inside of a triangle. They actually succeeded, and they've told me that everyone was shocked that they were able to do it.
Everyone's gotta let go at the same time. 3, 2, 1, everyone let go. Everyone let go. No one touching it? No one. Oh, congratulations!
It was definitely not rigged or predetermined. Now, I can't speak to all of Mr. Beast's videos, but in at least one instance where he knew the contestants, the video was certainly not rigged. And I do know that logistically, since many of Mr. Beast's videos are filmed in his hometown of Greenville, North Carolina, it's often hard to fill all of the spots for his videos. And I also know that Mr. Beast and his team invest in hundreds or thousands of cameras, producers, and video editors to be able to record in.
Well, he's giving like personal testimony, but he doesn't really have anything to say about the legality of it. He mentioned that you know, how you can see how people could feel rigged, but he doesn't necessarily say what he's doing is illegal, because he doesn't think that Mr. Beast's video. It's possible that he rigged 1 or 2 videos. I mean, I think it's definitely, you know, it's probably happened at least once. Was it the boys and girls video that was pointed out? I don't know, but I mean, like, it's not a. I wouldn't say that you're stretching it too far if, like, you know, if he's lying about how people get on, if he's like not entirely truthful with how people like got into the contest, then it's possible that, you know, he's not being entirely truthful about who's winning at the same time. I don't think that's like a super hot take. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know this is the case, but, you know, it is what it is. What I would also say is that I don't know. These things were definitely rigged, but I mean, like, you know, it is a bit strange to think that, you know, he'd put his like girlfriend and stuff in there. What is he gonna say of his girlfriend on that? I mean, I doubt, you know, he would let his girlfriend win, because that would look weird on a YouTube video. Well, I thought what the comments will be like. Well, everyone will be like, I thought you only let people in for this or that reason. Just a little bit strange, I guess.
Cull through thousands of hours of footage for his videos. And my feeling is that Mr. Beast will do whatever's possible to make the most engaging and entertaining video possible. But I certainly can't speak to every video he's ever made, nor can I speak to the audience expectations of the videos that he does make. But let's say that the videos were rigged, completely manipulated, and predetermined. Would that be illegal? Dogpack alleges that Mr. Beast rigged the game so that the boys didn't win by so much. Mr. Beast changed the rules or offered different challenges throughout the 100 hours. At one point, he says he wanted to make the game more competitive by trying to introduce more boys to drop out. And in one sense, you know, duh, this is a Mr. Beast video. He makes various offers and changes the rules to make things more entertaining. He manipulates the events to add drama, much like any game show where things occur to make things interesting. But here, let's make a distinction. There are the rules as laid out to the contestants before they participate, and the rules as laid out in the video. Now, you can imagine that the contract between the contestant and, I don't know, Beast Enterprises lays out certain terms for the relationship. Now, I've never seen one of those contracts. My guess is that it gives Beast Enterprises quite a lot of flexibility to deal with the contestant. But if they breach those terms, then they might be liable for breach of contract or maybe even fraud. And then there are the terms that show up in the final video after the filming. Those might not be the same. Now, whether you're allowed to change the rules in the video largely depends on how much freedom you have in the rules in your contract with the contestant. Now, remember this because we'll come back to it in a second. Now, following up on the allegations from Dogpack, YouTuber Upper Echelon claimed that Mr. Beast videos are just flat out illegal. For example, Rosanna Pansino was featured in a Mr. Beast competition series called Creator Games, which pits YouTube personalities against each other in games like hide and seek. She claimed that Mr. Beast selectively edited the video to make it appear that she did not finish in the top 3, and instead they made it look like Logan Paul did finish in the top 3.
Survivor, despite being mentioned by this alleged former employee in passing, has a particularly relevant lawsuit brought forward by a contestant of Season 1, where she alleges that producers of the show engaged in a scheme to prearrange outcomes by persuading, influencing, or intimidating contestants.
And she claimed that Mr. Beast changed the rules. Originally they were told they couldn't hide in the ceiling, but the winner was allowed to hide in the ceiling. Now, Upper Echelon claims that Mr. Beast did exactly the same thing that landed the TV show Survivor in legal hot water.
47 USC 509, which pertains to, quote, prohibited practices in contests of knowledge, skill, or chance.
Now, whether you think it's a good idea to use clever editing or manipulating the rules to change the outcome is not the same thing as necessarily being against the law. But Upper Echelon points to a lawsuit by Season 1 Survivor contestant Stacey Stillman, who was the third person ever voted off the series.
Well, the weather has spoken, and the tribe has spoken. It's time for you to go.
However, she later alleged that the show creator Mark Burnett actually orchestrated her demise. She claims that Burnett intervened in the game by convincing two of her teammates to vote her off the island rather than a contestant who had been a fan favorite, Rudy Bosch. Bosch was a gruff former Navy SEAL who was quick with one-liners.
The only reason I'd bring a Bible is I'm religious too, if I needed toilet paper.
Burnett allegedly believed that Rudy was better for ratings than Stillman, and Bosch later placed third in the game. Stillman is a lawyer, so she sued for fraud, breach of contract, and unlawful business practices in violation of California Business and Professions Code 17200, with the predicate being 47 USC 5. Reporting illegal activities, lines, prize restrictions, winner selection procedures, and the value of the prize. And after analyzing this statute, Upper Echelon points to a situation in the Boys vs. Girls video that he claims runs afoul. In particular, he points to a situation where Mr. Beast tried to coax one of the boys who knew how to solve a Rubik's Cube from leaving the contest. Steve, the listener, Burnett actually orchestrated her demise. Contest, in whole or in part predetermined or prearranged. Or 3, to engage in any artifice or scheme for the purpose of prearranged. It says, it shall be unlawful for any person with intent to deceive the listening or viewing public to supply any contestant in a purportedly bona fide contest of intellectual knowledge or intellectual skill, any special and secret assistance whereby the outcome of such contest will be in whole or in part prearranged or predetermined.
Oh, that's fucked. That would be like all Mr. Beast videos would almost be like, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but that sounds like, you know, a lot of his videos would be like almost illegal.
By means of persuasion, bribery, intimidation, or otherwise.
And it certainly would not be good that like that it's all been like advertised, like all like this is all, you know, the legality of his videos is now being put under scrutiny for like his 100 million fans or whatever it has. That is fucked up. That may result in a lawsuit.
To induce or cause any contestant in a purportedly bona fide contest of intellectual knowledge or intellectual skill to refrain in any manner from using or displaying his knowledge or skill in such contest whereby the outcome thereof will be in whole or in part predetermined or prearranged. Or 3, to engage in any artifice or scheme for the purpose of prearranging or predetermining in whole or in part the outcome of a purportedly bona fide contest of intellectual knowledge, intellectual skill, or chance. This is the basis for the FCC's contest rule, which provides that it's illegal to predetermine or prearrange the outcome of a contest or to broadcast a predetermined or prearranged contest. It stems from a series of quiz shows in the 1950s that were absolutely rigged. And in fact, there's a great Ralph Fiennes movie about this particular situation. But the FCC requires broadcasters to disclose rules and policies applicable to their contests, including the method of entry, eligibility restrictions, entry deadlines, prize restrictions, winner selection procedures, and the value of the prize. And after analyzing this statute, Upper Echelon points to a situation in the Boys vs. Girls video that he claims runs afoul. In particular, he points to a situation where Mr. Beast tried to coax one of the boys who knew how to solve a Rubik's Cube from leaving the contest to make it more fair to the other contestants who did not know how to solve a Rubik's Cube in the Rubik's Cube's challenge.
I can't personally say at what specific point in time a creator who owns a media company that is 10 or 20 times larger and more successful than mainstream broadcast television networks becomes liable under those same rules.
So yeah, seems like manipulation may be in the service of predetermining the outcome. But the FCC does not regulate radio or television that is not broadcast over the airwaves. Its website even says the FCC does not regulate online content. The reason for this is the First Amendment. You're generally allowed to produce whatever kind of TV show you want, or YouTube video that you want. It was thought, and still is, that when it came to shows that were broadcast over the air before cable TV or largely the internet, because that was a limited resource, the argument went, the government had more say over what could be broadcast. That's why there's always been so much more cursing and nudity on HBO and not NBC. HBO has never been regulated by the FCC. It might be hard to believe, but there was a time when there were only a handful, like 3, TV stations, and you needed an antenna to be able to receive them. Luckily, we have evolved from this barbarity. So Upper Echelon's video incorrectly claims that Mr. Beast's video ran afoul of this law, cited in the Stillman complaint, 47 USC 509, prohibited practices in contests of knowledge, skill, or chance.
Which deceived the audience, fulfilling basically every single part of this law at one time or another, from what I can tell, in my opinion, to the very letter.
Yeah, that's just wrong. The law does not apply to satellite radio, the internet, or cable. Now, I don't mean to cast aspersions on this YouTuber. He's upfront about the fact that he's not a lawyer, but this is what often makes the law so difficult. You can find something that looks like it applies, but it's wildly out of context and is basically irrelevant. That's why people need lawyers. Now, ironically, a commenter to this video who claims to be a lawyer chimed in to proclaim that, quote, those laws do in fact apply to YouTube as well. I've actually dealt with it personally, and it doesn't end well for the accused. This person later says they've been a lawyer for all of 7 months and, quote, I've already seen so many cases and it's sick. Now, I saw this and it took a second. Was I wrong? Did I learn nothing in law school? That really doesn't seem accurate in the context of the US. Then I kept reading the comments from this lawyer. It's universal, all the ground need to follow is that it was broadcast live. There are exceptions, but this is pretty clear. At least that's how it stands in Canada. Oh. Okay. This is why you don't trust randos on the internet, especially when they claim to be lawyers. Absolutely nothing this person says is true. Maybe that's the law in Canada, but not here. This law does not apply to YouTubers because they stream over the internet. It just doesn't apply. And in any event, the Stillman lawsuit settled, so we don't even know how a jury would have found, and it appears that the FCC never even investigated Survivor for the 509 violation based on her claims. And I don't want to belabor the point, but arguably the terms of the law might not even apply. It's not clear that the manipulating the activities of a contest would necessarily count as predetermining the outcome.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild.
And it's not clear that the various contests or games of skill or intellect that would be covered anyway. And often there's nothing secretive about what Mr. Beast is doing in the video contests. He says what he's going to do and then he does it. As you probably know, game shows often change the stakes all the time, even on broadcast television. Now, whether any of the contestants have a claim for breach of contract or fraud depends on what was in their contract before they agreed to appear in a Mr. Beast video. Now, I don't know the terms, so I can't say, but I'd be shocked if they didn't give Mr. Beast and Beast Enterprises a huge amount of freedom in what they can do or not do during the video. And furthermore, that would be a civil claim of the contestant versus Beast Enterprises. It's not a law that is broken. Maybe it's pedantic, but it's not illegal to breach a contract anyway. Now, ironically, it might be Dogpack 404 who's in hot legal water. Mr. Beast's lawyers have sent 2 cease and desist letters to the ex-worker. The letters allege that his statements are defamatory and violate his confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement. Now, generally, I hate these kind of strong-arm tactics to silence critics. This is exactly what Logan Paul is currently doing with CoffeeZilla. But the situation might be theoretically different from a legal perspective. This isn't just some critical third party, but a person who was an employee. They had a direct contractual relationship with Mr. Beast. So the contract terms will be just as important as the general law on defamation. Now, as you probably know, a non-disclosure agreement, or NDA, is a legal contract between at least 2 parties that outlines confidential material, knowledge, or information that the parties wish to.
I didn't know that. What I took out of that was like Logan Paul was suing CoffeeZilla. Yeah, I can see why, because, you know, CoffeeZilla exposed Logan Paul for his filthy, disgusting crypto scams.
To share with each other for a certain purpose.
I mean, I'm calling it a scam. I mean, he would probably say it wasn't, but, you know, I guess that's just the way I think of it.
Purposes, but want to restrict from wider access. The NDA essentially creates a confidential relationship between the parties to protect information covered by the NDA. And usually that's any type of confidential or proprietary information or trade secrets. In this video, YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamer explained the purpose of an NDA.
I hired you at our company, right? And I told you a secret about, you know, something we're doing a month from now, a production that we have coming out in the next 2-3 months. If we hired you to be the editor for that video, and we had told you, hey, don't leak any of this at all. Not a single ounce of footage. We want this for you to edit. We want you to put these videos together, and we want you to, you know, basically have these ready to go up on our actual collaborative channel. If you decided to leak that footage, it would be well within our right to take you to court.
Now, Mudahar is right that a company could sue a person who violated an NDA by disclosing things about that production if those things are within the scope of the NDA. And he's generally right that an NDA cannot compel a person not to disclose a crime. If an NDA attempts to prevent someone from reporting illegal activities, the NDA might be considered void if it violates public policy. However, what constitutes a violation of public policy varies substantially according to the jurisdiction. Some states have adopted laws that strike non-disclosure provisions, which prohibited employees from disclosing unlawful employment practices such as discrimination, harassment, or fraud. North Carolina, where Mr. Beast is based, has not adopted such a law. The issue really becomes whether Dogpack witnessed anything that would be against public policy in the state that governs the NDA. So while it's true that NDAs generally cannot be used to conceal illegal activities, the person really has to have evidence of at least an illegal activity that would be considered against public policy to have an NDA against. And
I don't know what he means by against public policy. I don't know specifically what he's referring to there. Maybe I'm just, you know, being a little bit silly when I say this, but when he says like against public policy, I don't know. I guess what he's saying there, what he's trying to say is that you know, you can't stop someone from exposing crimes, okay, or against public policy. What does that mean? What does public policy mean? All right, so someone's about to commit a crime. I'm going to murder this guy, and you signed an NDA, so you can't say anything about it. Yeah, right, buddy pal. You know, and then he goes to YouTube and sort of like says it, you know, like a citizen is like, no, I'm an NDA, you know, I'm going to sue you for breaching the NDA. I don't know. This is on some crazy hypothetical. I mean, that, I imagine that, you know, you wouldn't be breaking I mean, that sort of like would be an example of someone exposing a crime, right? But like, for the purposes of the video he released, I don't think he's exposing any, like, necessarily crimes. There's nothing like clear cut that something, you know, it's not as if he went out and like, I don't know, I haven't seen any part where he robbed someone yet. We're gonna get to that, I suppose. We've got some more Mr. Beast videos coming up, so, you know, and apparently the allegations just keep piling up, but, you know, we're gonna get through this.
It doesn't seem like Dogpack has made any statements of witnessing anything firsthand that Mr. Beast did anything that was against the law. And now Mr. Beast's lawyers have sent 2 cease and desist letters to Dogpack. He appeared on Oompaville's show and declared that he isn't scared.
How do you feel about that? Do you feel nervous? I would be shitting myself if I were you.
No, I'm not shitting myself.
Now, generally, I would agree. A cease and desist...
No, I'm not shitting myself. I just wonder how true it was, you know, this guy, like, worked there for a month. He got fired and he was like, nah, fuck you. Can you imagine if this is all just one big shit post to get back at some guy for, like, you know, because he felt small that he was scorned? It'd be pretty funny.
This letter doesn't mean anything except the sender wants you to stop.
I mean, it would be horrible for Mr. Beast. And for anyone in that situation, it would be really horrible. What would be funny would be how petty and small that guy, the guy would be to go through with something like that. I don't know. I'm explaining too much.
But if he did disclose information that was covered by the NDA, then he could be in trouble. Now, it would be a breach of contract claim. So it's not against the law to violate your NDA, but it does mean you can be sued civilly for a breach of contract. And there's no doubt that he's causing Mr. Beast reputational harm. Whether that's warranted is up to you. But the NDA could also contain a non-disparagement clause. A non-disparagement clause prevents a signatory from disparaging the other party for a certain amount of time, even if the things that they say are true or non-confidential. This clause is meant to stop the parties from making public or private comments that could harm the reputation or business interests of the other party. Especially in a situation like this where the person can truthfully say that they were an employee for a limited amount of time to add authority to their claims. Now, disparagement is not the same as defamation. Defamation generally only applies when these statements are false. Disparagement just means saying something negative about the other person, even if it's 100% correct. So if Dogpack's NDA has a non-disparagement clause that's still in effect, he could be in a lot of trouble because he's been doing a lot of disparaging, even if you assume that everything he says is 100% true. Now, Dogpack redacted the name of the law firm in the cease and desist letter, only quoting a portion of the firm's website, and some have suggested that the cease and desist letters were from the law firm Quinn Emanuel. And the name of the firm, Quinn Emanuel, Urquhart & Sullivan, fits the amount of space in the cease and desist letter that Dogpack shared on Twitter. Now, if so, these are not lawyers you want to mess with. I personally never met a lawyer from Quinn who wasn't a huge asshole, often in a way that's counterproductive to their client, but still, they have a reputation for scorched earth litigation. But on the other hand, with respect to the
Whoa. Legal. Publicly throwing shade. Let's hear that again.
Defamation generally only applies when these statements are false. Disparagement just means saying something negative about the other person, even if it's 100% correct. So if Dogpack's NDA has a non-disparagement clause that's still in effect, he could be in a lot of trouble because he's been doing a lot of disparaging, even if you assume that everything he says is 100% true. Now, Dogpack redacted the name of the law firm in the cease and desist letter, only quoting a portion of the firm's website, and some have suggested that the cease and desist letters were from the law firm Quinn Emanuel. And the name of the firm, Quinn Emanuel, Urquhart & Sullivan, fits the amount of space in the cease and desist letter that Dogpack shared on Twitter. Now, if so, these are not lawyers you want to mess with. I personally never met a lawyer from Quinn who wasn't a huge asshole.
Oh my oh no! I mean, I suppose he's like doing them. No, okay, he's not doing them a favor because he said, you know, sometimes it's like counterproductive to what their client needs. But you know, scorched earth policies, huh? Oh, that'll be great. Hey guys, Mr. Beast suing me for like $100 million. The live stream part 2. The next, part 3 is him like walking outside from his hotel being forced onto the street.
Often in a way that's counterproductive to their client, but still, they have a reputation for scorched earth litigation. But on the other hand, with respect to the NDA, it seems like most of what Dogpack has disclosed was already in the public and is based on accounts from other people, not what he witnessed firsthand. He certainly used his status as an ex-employee to make it seem like he has inside knowledge, but from what I've seen, he seems to be largely relaying what other people are talking about rather than using his own firsthand knowledge. But without knowing the terms of the NDA, it's hard to say how much trouble Dogpack might be in. But on the other hand, it might not be a good look to sue a critic out of existence, another fellow YouTuber. Plus, it just creates more of a Streisand effect, too. But love him or hate him, if you're tired of seeing all the Mr. Beast clones on YouTube, you can see the best videos from the highest quality creators on today's spot.
Yeah, I think that's it for this particular one. Give us just one moment, guys. Okay, we'll do Turkey Tom's video.
Ava Chris Tyson, formerly known as Chris, is a popular transgender influencer. As a member of the Mr. Beast crew, she's been involved in many of his videos since he started his channel in 2012. They had met in high school, were roommates, and they went on to climb the YouTube ladder together hand in hand. Unfortunately, some allegations levied at Chris have started to really rock the boat, causing Chris to leave the channel entirely. Today, I aim to dissect all these allegations impartially to determine what Chris did do, what Chris didn't do, and allow you all to draw your own conclusions. Mr. Beast began uploading videos in 2012, hopping on the, at the time, very successful Minecraft trend.
You gotta give it to Tom. He's like, his intro to these things is great. He's like, where Tom does like a good job at these things, he like lays it out very clearly, like who he's talking to and their past, because people do, I don't know if it's the case. People who watch Turkey Tom probably know who Mr. Beast is, but in other cases he does talk about niche on celebrities, and he lays out who they are pretty well.
This would then evolve into other kinds of gaming content, Call of Duty commentary videos, rant videos about Jacob Sartorius, really anything was being thrown at the wall to see what stuck. But Jimmy would find his first real success with his marathon videos, counting to 200,000, where he actually counts to 200,000 for almost 24 hours straight.
199,999. 200,000.
Woo! Watching Dance Till You're Dead for 10 hours.
We finished. Alright, well, I just sat here for 10 hours. I gotta poop.
Jimmy would take on any absurd challenge that he thought could get him views. He also began incorporating his friends into his content more. And there was Chris right from the beginning. As his videos increased in budget and production value, Jimmy continued to bring his friends with him. For a long time, Chris represented the quintessential gun and truck loving guy, an all-American icon. But this image began to change as Chris's feelings about gender also did. Chris's appearance began to change to be much more feminine with painted nails and longer hair. It was clear he was experiencing some questions about his identity, which would finally be confirmed in April of 2023 when he announced he was using hormone replacement therapy. Many were critical of this decision, as they believed Chris, being trans, would be leaving his wife and child behind. Others were supportive, and Chris defended himself by saying that he's still a good parent to his child. Those who are anti-trans were not a big fan of Chris, to say the least, and they weren't afraid to voice their discontent over the next few years. Enough of the fans were critical of him that in April of 2023, SunnyV2 posted a video positing that Chris's transition itself could be a brand risk for the channel, considering how many people around the world are not trans positive. At the time, many were critical of it, with even Mr. Beast himself responding, "Chris isn't a nightmare, he's my friend and things are fine. All this transphobia is starting to piss me off." Sunny's video got a lot of backlash, with a dislike ratio of 40%, far below his channel average. But on social media, the narrative persisted among certain creators. In June of 2024, Nick Merck said that Chris should be ashamed of himself, while Mr. Beast defended him, saying, "Ava is always with her kid and doesn't go on shoots to spend more time with him. Tuckman is always smiling, not sure why this rumor is a thing." Jimmy continued to defend his friend despite the hate, and with that, his channel continued to grow, reaching 300 million subscribers in July of 2024. But just as Jimmy was reaching his biggest success, he and Chris Tyson were about to face their biggest controversy. On July 16th, 2024, AgeRox posted a video titled, "This video will make you hate Chris Tyson." The video goes through a series of tweets posted prior to 2020, and in these tweets, Chris expressed at the time his undying admiration for Shadman, a controversial artist known for drawing children in compromising positions. Some of these amount to lolly, meaning drawn images of underage characters in very gross contexts, basically sexualizing people who are way too young to be sexualized. Back in the day, I actually made a video about Shadman that detailed his strange history. Shad was known for controversial artwork. In 2011, he drew art of his own mother. The following year, internet animator Ed Gould, creator of popular webcomic turned serial animation Ed's World, would tragically pass away due to cancer. In response, Shadman drew him being raped by the Grim Reaper. But the extent of his depravity wouldn't surface until 2017. In January, leaked Discord messages from Shadman show him posting set photos of Daphne Keene, captioning her as being and calling her an IRL lolly after watching interviews of her. More messages from March 6th show Shad stating that he'll be rewatching the film alone so he can once again see his girl, Daphne Keene. While some have shed doubt on the veracity of these messages, it's hard to believe they're not real when only 3 days later, Shad posted an 8-image set of the actress being brutally onto his website. At the time, she was only 11 years old. Disgusted, Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, reported Shadman to Daphne Keene's talent agency, causing Shad to receive a cease and desist email from her lawyers. It's worth noting that at this time, a lot of popular creators were supportive of Shadman. He had a lot of influential friends, and by extension, millions of supporters. One such supporter being Chris Tyson. Chris personally bought Shadman's artwork and tweeted it at him to show how much of a fan he was. Chris had tweeted about wanting to see Shad draw Beast Boy from Teen Titans as a trap. Guess you could call that foreshadowing. In response to a cropped image of Caillou being touched by his mother, Chris said, "Help, I need an adult." And there are a lot of instances like this where they're responding to other similar images of very suggestive situations with minors. In one video shot at Chris's apartment, you can see Jimmy Beast himself in the background where Shad's art is on the wall. There's this one particularly gross tweet where Chris says, "Nothing gets my knob cranking like some lolly." It's very clear that Chris Tyson was a big fan of Shadman. The question lies in if he knew everything Shad was up to. Drawing underage fictional characters like this is bad enough. Drawing real children like this is on another level of horror. Another person who fell into Shadman's degenerate line of fire was Keemstar, the host of Drama Alert. On November 8th, an anonymous user asked Shadman on his Tumblr if he'd draw Keemstar's daughter performing on Donald Trump. At the time, Keemstar's daughter was only 7. Shadman stated on Twitter that he'd do it if Donald Trump won. So, 3 days later, when Donald Trump won the election, Shadman decided to post art of Keemstar's daughter as a compromise for the bet. While not explicitly suggestive, the implications of even putting this image on his largely lolicon-centric site was enough to cause backlash. In response, Keemstar simply stated that he was calling the cops, not wanting to feed any more attention to someone who was capable of doing worse. So, one of his good friends came to bat for him instead.
What you did by drawing this picture, putting it in context on your website with a bunch of other pictures of little naked girls, was especially considering it's Keemstar's daughter. He doesn't deserve that. Why target his daughter like that?
On this stream, Shadman admits that he may have gone too far. He flatters Colossal, stating that because he respected him, he was going to take down the image. However, following the conversation, he failed to do so, deciding to keep the post up on his website, as well as continue drawing very similar art in the following months. In a later edit to the description of the drawing, Shad writes that he was keeping the art archived to prove that it was not
very unhinged person, in my opinion. From what I don't follow this guy, but it's been said in passing that he went to jail. I don't know where I heard that from, but I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
Up, and that he would not draw any more of it. He then claims that he never actually considered going through with anything actually explicit. I highly doubt that. With it being discovered that Chris was a fan of Shad, Keemstar obviously had something to say. He commented that Chris supported Shadman, the artist that drew his daughter. This is a known fact. Privately, me and Chris Tyson even had a conversation about this roughly a month ago, as it still upsets me. But this is not the only criticism being made of Chris Tyson. It all started with this video by Prism42, a small creator who went through some old logs of Chris and found interactions with someone named Lava GS. Lava is a small creator and video editor who was a fan of Mr. Beast before he blew up, apparently being among the first 500 people to subscribe to his channel. Eventually, Lava managed to appear in a video titled, "I made 100 players escape an impossible maze."
Lava, Pluto, assemble!
Prior to this, he won a Mr. Beast giveaway and was sent a CSGO knife signed by him. And amidst the many interactions he had with Mr. Beast and the crew, Chris reached out to him, and they started communicating online. Prism showed Chris offering Lava a position as a stream moderator and calling him Dad, juxtaposing it with the fact that Chris was 20 and Lava was 14. Eventually, Chris sent him a snap that says, "Coming for America," along with Lava saying that he is a different man off camera.
You might think that, oh man, this must be some weird 4th of July joke. Nope, it's not 4th of July. You can clearly see the date right there. This guy would have been like 15 at this point, and why are you sending a 15-year-old a message saying "coming for America"? Why are you DMing a 15-year-old anyways on Snapchat? Why are you doing that?
Some of their interactions were perfectly normal, such as playing Uno together and generally talking to each other, while others were not so normal by today's standards. For example, Lava joked about Chris having a addiction, which to some implies that Chris, as an adult, had talked about having a habit with a 14-year-old boy. Another unwholesome bit of interaction was when Chris advertised their Patreon account by promising to release nudes if a certain goal was reached. This is clearly a joke since no nudes were ever released, but Lava responded by saying he was going to be the first patron and calling him Big Boy. The two exchanged a few more replies until Chris said, "I shared some fire nudes for you. Please no share." As questionable as joking about this kind of stuff is in and of itself, when an actual kid is interacting with you, it goes a step further, and it's definitely not the wisest move to get them in on the joke. In another exchange, Chris shared an image of tabs on his computer, highlighting a tab that said dank memes. That's how you know how dated this stuff is. Goddamn. 15-year-old Lava remarked, "This is a bad way to hide your..." In another instance, Lava replied to Chris and GamerSup saying, "Love how I set up that embed. It shows you looking sexy." There are many more minor things, such as Lava asking Chris Tyson to be his Valentine, calling him dad a lot for some reason, and weird sexual jokes that Chris should have known would be inappropriate to share with a minor. It's not these exchanges on their own that are incriminating, but the fact that they were seemingly normalized and made a lot of people wonder what kind of interactions went on in private. And we do know they had some Discord calls, just the two of them, which many see as weird. Combined with the lolly stuff and the Shadman connection, it becomes particularly concerning, especially since Lava met up with Chris Tyson in real life at one point. Although it must be acknowledged that the entire Mr. Beast crew was apparently present for this, and none of them has said that any wrongdoing happened. As this topic was getting more and more attention, it wouldn't be long before those involved had to speak up. A lot of YouTubers were reporting on the allegations. Namely, content creators A Cheeto and Sensitive Society had covered the Shadman discourse and condemned Chris for being such a huge fan. Seemingly, Lava hadn't actually seen these videos and decided to include a screenshot of them in his tweet where he addressed the situation. However, what he actually said changes the narrative quite a bit. He says, "These videos are massive lies and twisting the truth. Ava never did anything wrong and just made a few edgy jokes. I was never exploited or taken advantage of. Can you do me a favor and comment on these videos and tell them to stop spreading lies? The situation takes away from children who are actively being exploited every day online. I am not a victim of anything being claimed in these videos at all." Regardless of how this potentially exonerated Chris, since Lava himself claimed no exploitation happened, this was far from over. First off, Sensitive Society responded by pointing out that he himself had never talked about the Lava situation, mainly focusing on the other aspects of Chris's questionable online activity and associations. But of course, it's also worth noting that grooming victims often don't even know that they were groomed and take a long time to realize it, some even justifying what happened to them, which cast a bit of doubt on Lava's defense of Chris. There were a few other factors that led to many people questioning the narrative, one being the very strange course of action that Prism took to get this information out there. Specifically, when he got frustrated that his investigation wasn't getting covered, he tried getting EDP445 and Chris Chan, two degenerates in their own right, to talk about Chris Tyson. This isn't a
You gotta hand it to that one. He's got the killer marketing strategy. EDP445. He's probably gonna go through this right now, but you know, he he was exposed for, like, you know, trying to meet up with a minor. And Chris Chan, well, Chris Chan's Chris Chan. No, just, I mean, listen, if you're I don't know. It was, you know, he kind of demonstrates it. It all looks very weird. Lava comes out and says it wasn't weird. Okay, all right, fine, whatever. But it still looks weird. And then, like, he's like, yeah, we can promote this by going to EDP 445 and Chris Chan. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like he's taking it very seriously at that point.
A police investigation, obviously, but the way this kind of process gets handled matters if you want it to be credible, and associating it with two people who are not respected or taken seriously by anyone is certainly one of the stupidest things you can do. In addition, Prism said, Mike Clem's documentary put me in a position where I had to release the information, despite the fact I knew Chris Tyson would delete everything once he found out. Chris found out because Lava GS is still in contact with him. It's too late for him. Not only do we have screen recordings, but there exists archive web pages as well. I'm still not done investigating him, as well as getting out the information. We'll just have to see how this unfolds. If you didn't catch that, he's basically admitting to rushing the release of this information and doing a half-assed job of it. This worsens when you take into account that he actively complained about Adrock stealing his video, when if his genuine objective was simply to expose Chris as a predator, he shouldn't have any issue with other people also covering the same topic.
So it's content.
Sort of walked back on this and said it was good more people were hearing about this, but still, this detracted from the impact of the expose. Another factor for people still frustrated with him is that, in his video, he said that there was much more to the situation that people didn't know, but failed to include it. To suggest someone is a groomer isn't something you can really do by leaving out those loose ends and making open-ended allusions to incriminating evidence you aren't showing for reasons.
Put it in the fucking video then. Like, it's so frustrating that you've just done a 40-minute video and then it's like, there's a lot more you don't know. Why wasn't that in the video, bro? Like, dude, why haven't you put the interview out? It's been over a month.
Prism also went out of his way to criticize other YouTubers for not covering the situation when he contacted them.
And then now he all of a sudden he makes the video as soon as it blows up.
Yeah, to give a more concise timeline, basically Cheeto knew about it and he just didn't care. Alright?
Yeah, there are a lot of issues with this. First off, YouTubers aren't obligated to report on every allegation or degenerate you bring to them, which is especially relevant when the evidence isn't 100% conclusive. You're basically expecting them to take the risk of suffering potentially career-ending backlash for falsely accusing someone of being a predator. Secondly, pairing this complaint about Cheeto's coverage with the accusation that Adrock stole his video really makes it seem like Prism is just mad for not getting enough credit, which again detracts from the expose. Getting more into the allegations, Prism claims to have interviewed Lava GS about this, where it was revealed that Chris had actually gotten Lava his job as a video editor. When asked if Chris knew the age of Lava at the time those comments were made, Prism insisted that Chris did know, but didn't have a great answer when asked for proof.
In terms of like what he told Chris Tyson,
I think we would have to look through the evidence, but I think there could be something like that there.
Sure.
I can't remember from the top of my head.
It's somewhat reasonable to assume that even if Chris didn't know initially, there's no way Lava's age continued to be unknown after they talked for a very long time and even worked together. But if you're going to come out and make an accusation, you have to have something more than reasonable assumptions to base it on. Additionally, the chain of evidence, if we can call it that, was somewhat tainted. The interview Prism conducted with Lava GS, where some of the information came from, was done under the false pretense of a job interview. Basically, Prism offered Lava a job as a video editor, and that's how we got him talking about Chris. Additionally, during the interview, Lava once again claimed that Chris never committed any wrongdoing against him, so it seems like the presentation was disingenuous from the start. But no matter how much Prism's mishandling negatively affected the information getting out, it's important to note that none of this fully discredits that Chris is a weirdo. Mudahar of Some Ordinary Gamers eventually reached out to Lava to get the full story. One of the more important parts of the allegations was addressed, when Lava and Chris met in real life.
My family goes to North Carolina every year for vacation. We stay in a very nice camper at a nice campground. It happens to be 2 hours away from the Mr. Beast studio, and I'd been helping with some Beast gaming videos remotely at the time, instead of doing it remotely, okay? My parents drove me to the studio and met the entire crew. They knew where I was and met the crew before leaving. I helped record some videos and then my parents picked me up and left.
With the stuff about Lava that was publicly released already being concerning, internet investigators began digging deeper. Eventually, they came upon a Reddit post in which Chris said, "Why would you use your VR headset for anything other than 3D lolly gang Maybe this could be chalked up to a joke where Chris genuinely not into lolly material, but I'm not so sure. He also thanks someone for linking him to a subreddit called Real Scat Girls, but that's more gross than evil. Bro, or sis rather, was poop maxing. In another post, he replied to someone who said, "The joke is that Shadman makes out of anything," with, "It ain't unless it's got a sheep penis." What do you mean by that? One of the more strange and disturbing turns of events is that a picture of Chris with Finster and a certain Jean Hollywood resurfaced. I'll preface this by saying that guilt by association isn't legitimate grounds to accuse someone of anything, but it is very much worth noting that Jean Hollywood was directly implicated in the Giggly Goon Clown case, being part of the Discord server where goon material was shared and praising EPI, meaning early introduction, in reference to grooming by getting kids into not safe for work content as early as possible. It's relevant to note here that Jean is also trans, and one of the recurring themes in gooning and EPI circles is grooming kids into taking estrogen. Coincidentally, Chris's Steam account, which had Lava as a friend by the way, was named Estrogen Dealer. Of course, this doesn't mean that Chris was directly associated with any of these people beyond having met Jean in real life, but it definitely doesn't look great. With all of this brewing online, a number of other allegations began to pour out. An anonymous account posted DMs that supposedly showed Chris Tyson exchanging inappropriate texts with someone when they were 14 years old. The first issue with this is that the ClipHub tweet claims that Chris was 18 when this happened, but this is patently impossible since the DM supposedly happened in 2020 when he was far older. But maybe this could be a simple case of the evidence being misrepresented by the ClipHub account, as in the DMs, the person who was supposedly receiving messages from Chris claims that they themselves were currently 18, but were 14 when the messages were exchanged in 2020. Nowhere in the attached images and videos does the person claim Chris was 18. The date is internally consistent, as the DMs show Chris talking about a MrBeast video that was released 4 years ago. There's also an issue with the video provided, where the person is scrolling through their DMs with Chris. However legitimate it may initially seem, since they click on Chris's profile and the link takes them to the real one, meaning this wasn't a fake account just using the same name, the word today briefly appears at the top of the chat. This would mean that they couldn't possibly be from 2020, obviously. There is an off chance that the today thing was a glitch, but again, this is more than enough to seriously discredit these specific allegations. Another set of messages was also released between Chris and someone claiming to be an underage fan. Here, we can see what appears to be Chris sending kisses and heart emojis to them, and occasionally calling them dad. There was a third evidence drop regarding Chris, this time recordings of Discord calls in which inappropriate comments were made in the presence of minors.
Dude, I would inside of that egg and then watch her eat it, and then watch her have sex with another man while she...
Man, it's like this whole like MrBeast drama is just like really strange. I want him to get. I want him to get. I just want him to get to like the other parts of the drama. I don't know. I just fucking. Ugh.
Comments about how my genitalia can never satisfy her.
It also definitely looks bad that Chris apparently deleted their entire Snapchat account once people started posting these things, but people still had many questions about the context of this recording and the prior messages. It's important to note all of this stuff took place shortly after one of the biggest streamers, Dr. Disrespect, was exposed for allegedly making plans to meet up with a minor over the now defunct Twitch Whisper app. This is why he was banned on Twitch back in 2020, which only came to light recently. In response, Doc said, "Were there messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind those messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened, no pictures were shared, no crimes were committed, I never even met the individual." Now we don't know what went on in those messages, but the implication here is that Doc was making some inappropriate remarks to a minor, knew he did it, and didn't want it to get out, so he just hid it. A lot of people called out Doc for this, and rightfully so. However, many believe there's been a significantly larger amount of people hand-wringing and being strangely quiet or vague about the Chris situation. For example, why did Pokimane and Valkyrie both condemn Doc, but when asked about Chris Tyson, Pokimane said, "I don't know all the details regarding that situation, but I want to make it clear. Any inappropriate behavior towards minors is unacceptable, regardless of who you are." She and Valkyrie then went on to talk about how disappointing it is that many are going to use the Ava situation to criticize the trans community rather than seek justice. Sneeko commented on the situation, saying,
"These two Twitch streaming females, where's the consistency? When are you going to go and disavow Chris and MrBeast? You have way more information. You actually have the receipts, and you haven't said a word yet. Immediately, Dr. Respect, ew, disgusting, worst person ever. Chris from MrBeast silent. And you know why? Because he's a transgender."
This would be a decent point, but there are also a lot of problems here. First off, Sneeko has previously expressed his admiration for the movie Cuties, which
I mean, it's a sad day when, like, you know, Sneeko is dunking on you. And
Which isn't just tantamount to Chris liking Lolly, it's even worse since the children being sexualized in the movie are real children. Additionally, Sneeko has a history of being purposely vague about the age of consent whenever pressed on it.
What do you think the age of consent should be?
I think it should be past at a developed age, Dustin.
What is a developed age? If you had to set a law for it, what would you set it? What would you set it about?
It's a developed age.
No, answer the question, you fucking pussy.
To say the least, he's not really someone to listen to about this situation. As soon as Dr. Disrespect made his statement around 2 p.m. on June 25th of 2024, Valkyrae and Pokimane posted their callouts, because he basically admitted to what he was accused of. But when the Chris Tyson allegations came out, their statements were much more vague. On the surface, this looks like hypocrisy, and I don't really like that the main focus here is on, I hope this doesn't make trans people look bad, as opposed to Chris Tyson allegedly did something bad. But what's important to note here is that these statements were made before Chris had even responded. Valkyrae's was on 12:30 p.m. on the 23rd, and Pokey's was posted 4 minutes later. Chris's statement was posted 3 hours later that same day, at which point Valkyrae called Chris disappointing and disgusting. Pokimane hasn't made a follow-up, and she should if she's going to comment on this stuff publicly. But realistically, is there really a big point to get them on here? I personally don't think so. I don't think either of these people have a vested interest in protecting anyone they believe is a creep, although the focus of their initial tweets was definitely off. The dishonesty in Sneeko's approach is also flagrant in how he accused Moist Critical of sweeping up the allegations to protect Chris, and once Critical did make a video on it, he changed his tune to claiming he didn't do it sufficiently. This is clearly because of the personal grudge he has against Critical for—
Man, come on! If you want to make a video about Sneeko, go do it. All right, the Sneeko stuff is wild, and it's probably great content as well.
for rolling him and smoking him in the mag clip debacle.
You absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags.
They're mags. It's worth noting, however, that Sneeko also worked for Mr. Beast at one point in time, and according to him,
Yeah, I remember Chris saying, like, isn't she hot? Isn't, like, Cash Me Outside girl, isn't she, like, 14? Is she 14 years old? Yeah, it's jailbait. And I'm like, what?
Chris once referred to the Cash Me Outside girl as hot and jailbait, which, if true, is pretty foul. But the sting of this particular accusation was not only subtracted from due to it coming from Sneeko, who's more than once found himself sounding really bad when it came to talking about minors, but also because a clip emerged of Mr. Beast making a similar remark about the same girl in a joking context.
And he did say that he enjoys the Cash Me Outside.
Mr. Beast was on Hot Wet Soap? Man, that is a callback. Holy fuck.
That girl, I think she's funny. So.
What is it? There was Leon Lush is still around. Elvis the Alien is sort of like faded into obscurity. And Pig...
Do you really? You want to put your... Can I...
Given they all work together at some point, it's not too far-fetched to consider the possibility that this was a big joke between them. Not a cool joke, a very dated, uncool, and unfunny joke, but a joke nonetheless. What is less easy to explain as a joke is his promotion of the leaked nudes of Jeanette McCurdy, Sam from iCarly, to his audience, which he knows is mostly composed of minors.
You'll probably see the photos get taken down at some point tonight, maybe tomorrow, because Nickelodeon has that kind of power. But the link's in the description if you want to see them. I mean, I'm not endorsing people to go look at somebody else's private business, but I know that, you know, people might want to see them, so it's there if you want it.
All of this commotion became so loud that a response from Chris addressing it became inevitable. Eventually, it came via Twitter, which read, "I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments if I hurt or offended anyone. It was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we've mutually decided it's best that I permanently step away from all things Mr. Beast and social media to focus on my family and mental health. I want to add, I never groomed anyone. The person who gets brought up in these accusations, at LavaGS, has vocally supported that they are false. Having said that, I humbly apologize to anyone I have hurt with my unacceptable social media posts, past actions, and to those who may feel betrayed by how I used to act online. To lump these two factors together to create a narrative that my behavior extended beyond bad edgy jokes is disgusting and did not happen. In past years, I have learned that my old humor is not acceptable. I cannot change who I was, but I can continue to work on myself. I don't want these accusations to impact the hundreds of people who work at Mr. Beast, which is why I have stepped away." It's interesting that the grooming allegations are promptly denied, but none of the Shadman related stuff is even brought up, which signals that Chris doesn't even want to give that attention because of how weird it is. All there is the vague reference to bad edgy jokes, but clearly his interest in the kind of art Shadman made went beyond finding it funny. Another potential sign that Chris purposely wants this connection to be buried and never brought up is a DM Chris allegedly exchanged with a former commentary channel called Jalen, in which Chris can be seen saying they didn't know about the stuff Shadman did, which many see as a lie of the highest degree. Some people saw Chris's tweets as a sign of the tides turning, but really, the brunt of the problem was still very much undealt with. Multiple accounts can be seen coping about how this is somehow Chris being a victim of transphobia, or that the Shadman stuff didn't mean that much. On July 24th, 2024, Mr. Beast put out a statement. I've become aware of the very serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I've been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. You'd think that Jimmy stepping in and not only addressing the situation, but announcing that he'd have a third party investigate it will put an end to this dark chapter. Ultimately, if the public debacle had ended right there, whatever findings came from the investigation would probably stay private, and that just didn't sit well with the people who wanted the full story of Chris Tyson. While LavaGS, someone closely associated with Chris and in his Discord server, threw water on the raging fire that was all of the allegations, two former mods of his server, Nathan W. and Cookie of Gods, came out to set the record straight. First, Nathan made this video about Lava's statement.
Chris Tyson from MrBeast used me, manipulated me, and did very inappropriate things with me while I was about 15 years old. I was actually friends with LavaGS at the time, who is the main victim of Chris that everyone has been talking about these last few days, who claims he isn't a victim, but we all know he is, and we all know he probably got paid off. Not only that, but he's also under an NDA from when he worked for MrBeast Gaming for 2 years, and he tried to get me to join MrBeast Gaming himself, Lava. He's the one who actually sent me the contract and tried to get me to sign the NDA, at which point I ended our friendship because I knew they were just trying to silence me.
It's important to say here that, despite many of Nathan's claims being very much true, someone who worked at MrBeast Gaming claimed no contract was ever sent to anyone named Nathan. This could just mean that Nathan turned down the offer before a contract was sent, but still, for the sake of posterity, it should be mentioned. Nathan proceeds to claim that he and Lava, along with a few other minors, did a lot of unpaid work for Chris and were often subject to Chris bringing up sexual topics to them, despite knowing that they were underage. Nathan adds that this went beyond just strange conversations, as Chris actually showed them on a few occasions. From referring to people in this in-group of minors as dad or daddy, to having a bot set up that did nothing but spam. This is definitely not just irresponsibility and negligence at work. Eventually, this private Discord server that had Chris and several minors was going to go public, at which point he had to scrub it clean of anything not safe for work and racist jokes. This is something LavaGS incorrectly claimed never happened in his original tweet about it. Soon after this started getting a lot of traction, Nathan started working with Cookie of Gods, who had downloaded full logs of Chris's Discord server that confirmed everything Nathan was talking about to be real. This caused Lava to retract a portion of his statement, which I'll get into later. Nathan states that his only beef with Lava is due to him actively trying to discredit other people despite admittedly not having the best recollection of what went on in the server. Just a couple of days after MrBeast's statement, the full leaks of the Discord server were made available to the public. Despite the dump showing how the server was after Chris had it purged of stuff before the server became public, there was still a heap of evidence. The images show that, besides the regular server, Chris also had a private server, and in its chat room, he can be seen asking for the source of a GIF, presumably so he could personally consume it. Soon after, he began talking about dumping traps onto another secret chat room, and talking about deleting it later to make it seem like it never happened. But the Logan Paul strategy of claiming a prolonged lapse of judgment can't work in this situation because all the way back in early 2019, the users of his server were already bringing the not safe for work issue to his attention, saying it was a problem due to the amount of kids who were in the server. Someone replied to the person who brought it up, saying that the not safe for work channels required you to be 18, but all this means is that a pop-up asks you if you're 18, which can be obviously bypassed. As a consequence of this exchange, other users began weighing in and saying that not safe for work should be relegated to edgy memes, but that should be forbidden. But this was to no avail, as one of these servers' moderators swung the hammer and said that the pop-up was enough. Eventually, it was removed for the non-staff users on the server. Apparently, after November 2018, Chris locked the Not Safe for Work channel so that only his mods could access it, his mods being minors, as we've previously established. To make matters worse, he was considering extending the Not Safe for Work channel to also cover gore, meaning he either intended to partake in or welcome the sharing of gore material, again, with minors. We're not talking about 1 or 2 members, we're talking about active members frequently engaging in very inappropriate conversations, being very young. And despite Chris apparently knowing this to be the case, nothing was done to either get them out of the server or curb the discussion of not safe for work topics around them. Some of them we already know. LavaGS, for example, who is 15 to 16 years old and a moderator of the server. Based on the analysis of one particularly thorough user of Kiwi Farms, there were up to 31 minors on the server, the youngest one potentially being just 10 years old since they mentioned being in 5th grade, and 7 of them being part of the staff. A member called DaddyLog, who said they were 12 on one occasion, which is probably a joke. Doesn't really look good when they're referred to as a designated lolly by other members. What makes this even more concerning is the possibility that there were multiple predators in the server. While many members were minors, many weren't, yet took part in sharing not safe for work material and talking about inappropriate things with them. There's simply no excusing it as him not knowing, since Chris himself is on record saying the average age of the server is 14, which, while probably not true, is a sign of his awareness. Despite this, he shared Shadman's site multiple times, talked about trapping another member of the server, which he immediately clarified meant forced feminization, a fetish that's very closely associated with gooning, EPI, and other equally unsavory things, and at one point suggested he was aroused to an attached image of a 14-year-old. I'm not sure how far the joke justification goes in situations like these. Besides a whopping 288 mentions of lolly in the server's chat, there are a few other highlights of Chris's interactions in it, such as when someone named Discount Milk told him to ditch his wife, to which Chris replied that he'd love to sell everything he had to live in an apartment, watch anime, and play video games all day. In another instance of their interaction, Discount Milk is once again pushing Chris to spend time with him instead of with his wife, which is very interesting because in the wake of all this newer information, Lava took to Twitter once again to partially recant his initial defense of Chris and weigh in on the Discord leaks, saying, "Based on the recent screenshots and messages, I would like to say a statement about the Discord. This was 5 or 6 years ago and I thought I had a good memory of the situation, but I was wrong. After reading the chat logs, this stuff was inappropriate and wrong. I spoke based on my memory of the situation and I still do not remember these conversations, but they definitely happened. These conversations should not have happened with people at the age I was at the time. I strongly condemn it. I still believe I'm not a victim, but these conversations should not have happened with me and any other minor in the server. I was a minor in the situation and not the adult influencer who shouldn't have allowed this to happen. I did not see this as wrong at the time. There's a few individuals in the leaks who deserve to be investigated. One named Milk, who was an IRL friend of Chris and the same age as them. They were someone me and Nathan grew to despise, and I'm sure he'll agree with me on that. He was a disturbed individual, and we fought tooth and nail with Chris to get him banned, which did eventually happen. I wasn't involved in the Not Safe for Work channel, as you can tell from the leaks, which is probably why I don't remember.
Yeah, dude, this whole Chris Tyson thing is just nasty. That's what it is. It's really nasty. And, yeah. I guess so, like, so that's sort of like, that is all the stuff that's sort of like going on in the background. And then sort of like the Mr. Beast sort of like is, the Mr. Beast, recent, like the more recent Mr. Beast sort of like drama.
And what $20?
I think there's one more. We got I work for Mr. Beast and he's a thief. Wow.
And if at any point I say anything that may be controversial, suspect, or too good to be true, and I don't have the evidence to back it up, then call me a liar, but I guarantee you that won't happen. Ever since I was a young kid, I always wanted to be famous, and it wasn't until in 2018 of November that I knew that I wanted to be a YouTuber. Sadly, it took me 4 years to realize that I actually suck. I'm really bad. I'm super cringe, and don't worry, because I am aware of this. But I know one thing, and that one thing is I'm good at editing, and I'm great at creating ideas for others. I was meant to be off camera rather than on, and I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is being taken advantage of. I was lied to, manipulated, and thrown away like a piece of garbage. Honestly though, sometimes I kind of think that this was pretty genius. Like, how could a person so high in status be challenged by a person like me? It's like me going to Elon Musk and saying, well, he did this and he did that, and no one would ever believe me because I'm literally just a nobody. So I have Chris Tyson to thank for allowing me to have this platform to tell my truth. February 2nd, 2024, I went snowboarding like I normally do, and I got an email in which I thought was a scam. I mean, for real, look at this. Even you would think the same thing if you got a random email saying, Mr. Beast follow-up, when you didn't even remember reaching out in the first place. Whether that's true or not, I certainly don't remember reaching out to him. In my line of work, I work for big-name YouTubers, mostly in the sports niche, but it has its range. I've done videos for House of Highlights, Game Day, Zach TTG, Jesser, Papa Stanimus, Not So Air Jordan, and then I currently edit for MMG. Not to mention I did do the 2022 NFL playoff commercials. So it's pretty normal to have people reach out to me because they seen my work from other creators and all the other work that I've done for them. So when I got this email, I decided to give it a chance. I responded in the email and then I proceeded to post a Facebook post because I was so happy. Everything is dated, and to make sure this information is credible, it helps it set well with you. Pay attention to these days. It's not premeditated, and I obviously had no idea Chris Tyson would be such a perv, so there's no way I would make these posts in advance of like some kind of trick. I also have decided to log into my actual Facebook and show my actual email rather than screenshots, so you know that it's not photoshopped. So on February 2nd, I posted, so I got a job offer from Mr. Beast today. Video call on Monday. Wish your boy luck. Now let's go into the comments because I want you guys to be definitively sure that I didn't just make this post 26 weeks ago. All this is 26 weeks ago, and it would take a whole bunch of time to just make up all these fake people, and then to go in their profile and see that they're friends with the same people I'm friends with, having what 62 mutual friends, and then going, you know, it's a little bit too much here, right? So none of these are faked at all. This is my actual Facebook page. So that's the post I made on February 2nd. Now I will go to my.
I'm gonna give him balls. He's like revealing his Facebook page. I should probably full screen this on YouTube.
Email, but for now.
He's just like, you know, there's no info security there at all.
I really do want to show you the post on Facebook, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. So in a nutshell, before we get into all the details, Mr. Beast gave me a fake job, flew me out there to work. I worked my butt off, took all my ideas, sent me home and told me there wasn't a job available, and then proceeded to not only do that, but then to take my ideas still and then make a video. So that's what we're going to be covering here. I mean, we're talking about a billionaire here. If you know who Mr. Beast is, you know exactly what we're talking about.
I don't think Mr. Beast is a billionaire, has he? He didn't actually make it to being a billionaire yet, has he? That'd be crazy if he was.
And I can hang up my editing tool set, whatever you want to call it, dude. All that stuff. I'm not even going to be editing for the guy. I'm going to be using my mata. I'm going to be making ideas for him to make videos. I swear to God, that's what my job is. It's not editing. And that's what I got from our meetings was, you know, Mr. Beast, Jimmy, he passes me a piece of paper that says, I blew up the world's most expensive tanks or something. And he gives me a thumbnail that has a picture of him blowing up a tank. And it's my job to make a video out of that. So that was February 8th. On February 13th is when I went to the airport. The post says, years of hard work has led me to this. My heart is pounding out of my chest. And as you can see,
he's reacting to his excitement that he got scammed, but you know, before he got scammed by Mr. Beast. Wow. All right. Okay.
I'm flying to Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina. And after that, take a very quick look at what I posted afterwards. February 26th, nothing about Mr. Beast. April 19th, nothing about Mr. Beast. April 25th, May 3rd, May 9th, May 19th, nothing about Mr. Beast. And do you know why I didn't post anything about Mr. Beast from that time? Is because something went horribly wrong and I was way too embarrassed to tell people about it because I had made so much noise, such a fuss about me going to Mr. Beast's company, and then I just got kind of screwed over. So I didn't post a single thing about that. Now, you guys are wondering, I want to see the proof. I want to see the correspondence. I want to see everything that happened between you guys. I want that information. Well, I got it. So this is the first email I ever got from a guy named Dylan. I can't say his last name, so it will be blurred out for the rest of the video because I just don't want to give out his personal PI information. So we're gonna keep it on a first name basis, and we're just gonna say Dylan. Dylan sent me an email, and it says in the subject, Mr. Beast follow-up. Hey, thanks for submitting your info to our casting team. We received your submission at this time. We're fully casted for our current videos. That's not what we want to pay attention to. What we want to pay attention to is the second paragraph. Working at Mr. Beast, we are collaborative first, and I was forward your submission. Don't know how you got it, but let's keep going. If you're interested, I would love to chat about your potential full-time or contract role work on Mr. Beast's creative team. February 2nd, 2024 that he sent me the email. It was February 3rd, 2024 that I responded to the email. I wanted to make sure, after I made the post, I was like, oh crap, this actually might be a scam. Let me go back and do some research. And then the next day I was like, you know what, I feel good about this. I don't have to delete my post. So I was able to go ahead and reply to him confidently. Now this email here is my very first, I guess, direct exploration call, whatever. Basically me being able to meet them for the very first time, like I said on my Facebook, and like I said before in the email, Monday, February 5th, 2024. My second call was not only with Dylan, but now it has Dylan, Hoodie, and someone named Kara, which I have never met. I've never once met Kara, so you won't hear anything about a Kara in this video. And this took place on Wednesday, February 7th, 2024 at 2:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That was the second call. For another email also on February 7th, 2024, this was directly right after the call I had with Hoodie, Dylan and Kara. And within that conversation, they basically told me that I needed to make a prompt. And when I say prompt, let me just read the email. Hello, Ty. We would like for you to come in for a vibe check. Vibe check means you come in for a few days to see if you're good, see if you're a good worker, see, you know, people are not going to be annoyed by you, and see if they can move further on with the hiring process. If possible, we'd like for you to come in for 3 days at some point next week. I've got a recruiting coordinator, Leslie, CC'd on this email. She will help you figure out the days, what you can make it, and handle your travel arrangements. Now, this is the most important email of all. What they want me to do is to do 2 video.
I'll send a separate email with Leslie to start to arrange travel. Attached, you'll find 2 video prompts. Pick the one that inspires you the most and document and write out how you envision it. Really let your creativity flow and assume everything is possible. So attached is 2 video prompts. So I guess they're giving them like some kind of scenario. You should write the document like you just watched it and you're describing it back in full detail. The purpose of this is to see where you are creatively. There are no right or wrong answers. There are more specific directions in each prompt.
Prompts. Attached, you will find 2 video prompts. Pick one that inspires you the most and document and write out how you envision it. Really let your creativity flow and assume everything is possible. So in each of these prompts, one of them is the world's most dangerous trap room and the other is 24 hours to spend $1 billion. I went with the world's most dangerous trap room because spending $1 billion in 24 hours just seems kind of boring and quite frankly linear. I think I have more creativeness than that. That's
the world's most dangerous trap room. How would he go about doing the world's most dangerous trap room? It was a Mr. Beast video, and he was going to do a challenge, the most dangerous trap room ever. You know what I'd do? I'd do a water tank with a shark. I'd have him jump into a pool of water, locked up somehow, and you know he has to like do something to escape, but you know obviously he'll escape, and you know there'll be people, you know it'd be made so that he's not gonna die. What else about the world's most dangerous trap room? So I reckon the shark tank's probably the best one. Make him walk, you know, what is it? Throw in there a maybe like them walking a tightrope with a big foot drop. Have I got this right? Am I in the right sort of like area here? I think that's sort of where I would go if I was talking about the world's most dangerous trap room. I want to see how, you know, I want to see how close his.
That's just not something I want to do. And then like we mentioned before, this is Leslie sending me an email. Thanks, Ty. Are you able to fly in on Tuesday, be on office Wednesday through Friday, and fly back out on Saturday morning? Of course, I said yes, and she gave me all my travel info. So now we're going to get into like the more just deep in the details here. So like I said, if I don't show proof, don't assume that I'm telling the truth. If I don't show proof for everything that I'm saying, assume that I'm literally lying about everything that I'm saying, okay? So in that email, it did say, I realized that the footage was kind of cloudy when it comes to OBS and recording the screen, so I will put screenshots of those messages up there. But in the email, it did say that I had those 2 prompts, and the 2 prompts was something about spending $1 billion in a day in 24 hours, and the other one was the world's most dangerous trap rooms. So we're taking a look right here. I have the prompt, and it says the world's most dangerous trap room, and in my intro I have PT hallway, I have the elevator, I have the Squid Games glass challenge, I have bloodthirst, and I have mole maze. And within these things in my prompt, I do have like variations. So first,
hold on, okay, so let's have a look.
The world's most dangerous challenge. I have the prompt, and it says the world's most dangerous trap room, and in my intro I have PT hallway, I have the elevator, I have the Squid Games glass challenge.
Wait, so he did do it like a shark.
The other one was the world's most dangerous trap rooms. So we're taking a look right here. I have the prompt, and it says the world's most dangerous trap room.
So what is the trap room? I need to like slow this down so I can see what because he scrolls down it through really fast.
We're taking a look right here. I have the prompt, and it says the world's most dangerous.
What is it? Walls are closing inward, and you have to race to the next session, and the entire hallway rotates, so you're walking on the walls at a certain point. Mirrored room with lasers come in. From Evil Star. A middle of the floor separates where you can't swing or jump. Where you can, so middle of the floor separates where you can either swing or jump on a rope hanging from the ceiling.
Trap room.
Contestants enter a vault full of gold. Well, hold on.
So we're taking a look right here. I have Bloodthirst and I have Mole Maze. And within these things in my prompt, I do have like variations. So first one, I see the variation. So right here, underneath elevator, I wrote one thing. The ultimate goal is to escape the elevator before it reaches the top floor and the bottom falls out beneath you. But I also have a second variation. Pick, lock, tool, groove, chain in the wall. Goal is the same except the elevator moves a little faster. Move the chain, object, lock, pick, tool to unlock the locks on the roof and the elevator reaches the top. So you ever play those games where there's like a little plastic thing and has grooves all over? It's like a maze, and you gotta move that ball through. Well, essentially that's what I did for this video, except you're chained to the thing and you gotta move the ball through the grooves with the key that has a key on it, so you can reach one lock. And there's locks on each 4 corners of the elevator. So when you get this lock, now you gotta go through the maze again. And now you gotta go and take this lock out and like that, so you can escape the elevator. If you don't, the whole thing just plummets to the ground. I thought that was a pretty dope idea, right? So I did that, but I also made 2 of them because I wanted to make a variation of it. So also here in Squid Games, that was another thing. I made a different variation of what was already done, and I did that. That was part of my pitch. Now will this keep going down? Because
I mean, let's be fair here. If I have a hard time believing if you're taking inspiration from like Squid Games and Mr. Beast's video didn't copy you one for one and took inspiration from you, I'm going to have a real hard time following what this guy's saying. I guess when I say following, I mean to say, like believing in it.
I think it's somewhere around, actually no, it's the Squid Games one right here. In the second variation of the Squid Games, I say Mario style, floating obstacle course. Instead of using floating blocks, which is impossible, we will use floating rack hoisted by 4 cranes. Floating rack hoisted 200 feet in the air. Each section of the obstacle course will change depending on distance made. Start from one platform to another to advance. Safety harness will be eliminated due to the net underneath the platform. Now, with that, so we have an idea that I wanted to do. So I want to talk a little bit more about my experience of being at the Mr. Beast warehouse. I've never once personally ever signed an NDA. In all my emails and all my correspondences and all my text messages, I have never once ever signed an NDA. But what I think what they're doing, there is an iPad as soon as you get to the warehouse, as soon as you walk in, and you have to sign in. And they ask you things like your first name, last name, email address, all that, phone number, and stuff like that. And I have a very, very, very high suspicion that when you sign your name in there and you sign in, I think you're also signing an NDA. They don't come out and say it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. That's just something that I think. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying I'm thinking, because I don't want to get sued by them, because I'm like I said earlier, I'm a nobody. Anyways, I get to the warehouse and they have multiple different studios. Studios as in workshops where you work at, creative, thumbnail, editing, ideation, all these things, right? So they take me to, for legal purposes, for legal reasons, I will say Studio 1. Studio 1 of creative. I go to Studio 1, whatever, it's all right. We're working on the video. We're doing the, in 10 minutes, like actual 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, this video explodes. This building explodes. I worked on that for a little bit. Wasn't really feeling it. Wasn't really my jam. We went out. I will put a little video up here of me working on like a little laser challenge for that. Wasn't really my jam. Wasn't really that good at all either anyway, if I'm being honest. So I went to the next one, and by the way, I'm sorry, I'm skipping all over the place. This was actually the second day of me being there, because the first day I spent my entire day in my hotel, which was boring, but for whatever reasons, I couldn't go in the first day, so I spent the first day in my hotel. The second day is when I would start, going to these workshops. On the third day, I was told to go to a different studio. We'll say Studio 2, and I'm working on a video, and the video is, what was the video's name? It was another one that had nothing to do with anything. Anyways, I go through the whole day, or I say a good portion of the day, about 5 hours. So around like 2:00 p.m. There's a guy named Hoodie. Hoodie was also in one of the emails earlier, and he's like and when it comes to chain of command, I think he's third in chain of command total. So you have Mr. Beast, you have Tyler, you have Jackson the head writer, and then you have Hoodie. And Hoodie was in charge of all these things. I actually had my vibe check call with Hoodie. I had my second call with Hoodie. I was in contact with Hoodie and Leslie, the coordinator, if you remember that. And everything was going through Hoodie. The guy's a great guy. He's a great guy. He took care of me. He really like gave me great information, great feedback. So as I'm going through this video, I want you guys to remember, I'm not attacking these people, I'm attacking the company. Because whatever happens in the company is a reflection of Mr. Beast. It's not a reflection of the people who are doing the things, like what they're doing. Your company is a reflection of what happens. It doesn't matter who does it. If your company is ran that way, it is a reflection of you. You gotta take responsibility here. So I do my pitch, and Hoodie says, you know what? I want you to go shadow some people for the rest of the day. I want you to go work with this team and see how you can contribute to them. So let's break down the positions in the Mr. Beast company. You have C1. C1 is the head person of that department. So if you're in creative, you're C1. So creative, studio 1, C1. So there's creative studio 2, there's a C1 for that. Creative studio 3, there's a C1 for that. Then ideation, studio 1, C1. Ideation, studio 2, same thing. They're just levels. They're just like the head honcho of that department. And then within that, you also have a C2 and a C3. I assume C2 is like the person who are in between, and I know C3 is like the bitch of the company. They just write notes. They don't do anything. They just write notes. Whatever is said, they take notes. They take minutes, and they write everything.
Man, this guy, Mr. Beast, is like running against PewDiePie, and he's like literally just doing like Let's Plays in a bedroom. Mr. Beast has 4 production teams,
like
apparently.
The grunts of that department. I went to this new.
What I was trying to say is, you know, Mr. Beast overtook PewDiePie in subscribers after a long time, but you know, it's you know, this is probably why, because he had an entire company behind him.
And there was 3 positions. Well, there was 2 positions at the time. I don't know where the third one's at. There was only a C3 and then a C2. I mean a C1. The C1's name was C. The C3, I mean, I talked to him for like 30 seconds. I don't know what his name was. And we were working on a video. We're working on a video called The World's Most Dangerous Obstacle Course. Now we are getting to the part where you finally can understand why I'm so mad, so upset that I got scammed. I got absolutely scammed by the biggest YouTuber in the entire world. This is where you're gonna find out why I was upset. Now it's gonna come full circle. I'm gonna have to tell you everything. We're working on the video, World's Most Dangerous Obstacle Course, and I want to show some videos and proof of what I did. From here on out, I'm gonna start speaking more theoretically so I don't get sued. So there may or may not have walls in the Mr. Beast studio where they're all dry erase marker, where you can just write anything. So if you have an idea, like, oh crap, I don't want to forget it, right on the wall. This is a picture of my pitch that I wrote. So you see right here, you get really close. Bloodthirst. Let's see. Elevator. Let's even get close. Glass challenge right here. PT hallway.
I mean, to be fair, he just lifted a lot of these ideas out of Squid Games.
Sound familiar? It's my prompt. So this is what I pitched to Hoodie. This is what I pitched to Hoodie, and I didn't put my variations in there. I just put the ones that I wanted, and I verbally said my variations just in case they didn't like my original ones. This is the world's most dangerous obstacle course. So C1 has been working on this with me and the other guy, I don't know his name, and we're working on, like, as you can see, the intro, the hook, the money mechanic. Right here, we're looking at, this is the most important part, it's just rooms. When I saw rooms, when we were brainstorming rooms, I'm like, dang, okay, rooms. I just did a prompt on the world's dangerous trap rooms. This is perfect. I can do this. It doesn't exactly follow the obstacle course, so I can kind of use my room idea with this. I mean, if you look at all these ideas, whatever, it doesn't matter. The one thing that I'm looking at the most is all the way at the bottom. It looks like it says Marlo, but it says Mario. Mario is was my idea. I'm inspired by Mario because my kids love the Mario movie. They love it so much they named my dog Mario. Hold on. Mario! Mario! Mario, come here.
Good boy. This is Mario, my dog. Living proof that my kids named my dog Mario because they love the movie Mario so much. So I was inspired by that. And I think I put that in my prompt as well. If anyone's ever seen Mario, they have the floating blocks. And I wanted to see how I could make an obstacle course with those floating blocks. I thought about it and I thought about it and I thought about it and I realized it's just impossible to make floating blocks in the air. I don't know how you would do it. Logistically, it's just not gonna work, and physically, I don't think it would work either. So I came up with the idea with the trellis net, or I came up with the idea with the truss. Taking a look at this picture right here. So this was my idea here. I wanted to make an obstacle course in the air, but like somehow incorporate it with the Mario idea. Somehow just, I don't know, somehow do that. This is a picture that I drew for this pitch for this idea. And I realized that, you know what, I couldn't do the floating blocks, so I wanted to make sure I could do it another way. So I had an idea of a truss with 4 cranes holding it up, and I wanted to be able to go across it. That was just the first section of it. Because if you look a little bit more to the right of this picture, there's like a helicopter and a guy hanging from a ladder, and there's platforms down here, 1, 2, and 3. There's platforms right there. That was just the first section of it. I wanted the intro of the video to be something so outlandish, so crazy that a viewer had to keep watching. I did steal the no net at the bottom. I call it a net. Or no, not no net, a net down there. That's why it says a net down there, because it's just a joke that we thought was funny. But I did steal that from one of the other Mac videos. I just figured, why not? It makes it such much of a better video. So I pitched this idea, and they absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. The only person who didn't like it was C1, because it wasn't her idea. So when it came down to our meeting later that day, so we were there for hours and hours and hours, and like I said, there's a hierarchy. There's Mr. Beast, Tyler, Jackson, the head writer, and Hoodie. Well, Jackson comes down there and we're having a meeting at 9 o'clock at night. The meeting goes all the way to midnight, and then they say at the very end, we're gonna need all hands on deck on this. We're gonna need the help. We're gonna need the creativity. We need everyone to pull their weight. Does anyone have anything that's gonna help us, with this? And I told them my idea. I brought up every single thing, not only just this idea, but the rest of the video. They loved it. The budget was originally 1.7 million. That intro alone cost 1.7 million dollars. Just the intro alone. And the reason why I didn't want to bring it up immediately was only because if the budget was 1.7 million and I'm here to prove myself, I can't start with going by over budget. Say, well, it would work, because who they're going to trust? You're going to trust someone who works there for months, weeks, years, or you're going to trust some guy like me that just flew here a couple days ago. So it was a little risky, but they loved it. We stayed to midnight. They freaking loved it. I got a pat in the back. Jackson was excited. Hoodie was excited. The only person who wasn't excited was a C1 that I kind of stepped over, because like they say in the company, it don't matter if you're C1, C2, C3. C3 can be a C2. C2 can be a C1. C1 can be a C3 by tomorrow. All right, so at this point, I've pitched my idea. They love it. They've set a date, they set a location, and now they have a new renewed budget for this video, and everything's great. I'm so happy. I text all my friends, I call everyone, I'm like, yeah, dude, and also, so after all that, I'm feeling great. I got a verbal confirmation that I was good to go. Everything was perfect. Everything was literally perfect until I got home. And that's when everything started to happen. Unfortunately, we have decided not to move forward with your candidacy at this time. We really appreciate you coming out and vibing with us. We would consider you for a role like this in the future, but timing isn't quite right. And the rest are about receipts. So at first I was like, you know what? Maybe that's true. But then I started to think about it a little bit more. And I didn't want to let it bother me. So I said, hey Dylan, that's a bummer to hear, but I appreciate the opportunity. Maybe another time, like you said. Candidly, may I ask if I presented myself poorly or rubbed the crew wrongly in any way? Talking about here, because I know I did. Also, I sent my receipts, and I was just talking about my dog, because I spent like $400 for my dog to be boarded. Sent all that information. He said, hello Ty, you did not rub anyone the wrong way or present yourself poorly. We're going through some reorganization with the team and are limited on roles we have open for teams. I appreciate you sending the receipt, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. This is where I started to say, but I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything at all. Not a single word until I saw this on Twitter. Just uploaded the most insane video we've ever done. Go watch. Take a look at this picture. Take a good hard look at this picture. Does that remind you of anything you've seen so far? Does it remind you of anything you've seen remotely close to it? Or does it look like the exact same thing that I drew?
Give us just one moment. That looks a lot like one thing he put up there. I saw that in one of his pictures. Is that? I know. I've seen that one on those. His game show running water challenge. I know. It's like if you saw it, it's there. There's this image, right, where these guys like run. Oh yeah, this is it.
And here's Terry Prideaux. She's a clown shoe resoler.
You know what they say about clowns with big feet?
Oh yeah. Oh! Here's Rob Tussin. He was very impressive in the warm-ups. And nice transition. He's got her around the waist, and it looks like they had a little trouble. That was a terrible handoff, Kenny.
In between the pink curtain.
And here's Harry and Helen Blaney. Oh, he made it between the pink curtains, but he split his lips.
That was very similar to an idea he had, but there's this one where they like run across a like plank, and I guess it's not quite the same as like him doing the gymnastics as well. Well, no, hold on. This is like what is it? Like I know there was something very similar to this. I've seen it before. I've seen it been done before. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't know. They took one idea from him.
Exact same thing that I pitched. Everything. Do you want to know how much I got paid for that? Zero. I didn't get paid a single dime. This man, this company, his employees not only took the time to exploit me, to have me work for them under the false pretenses of a job that wasn't, that they weren't available or able to give at the time. Yet they had many people go in and out, in and out. On my second day, there was like a different group that I saw the day before, and then they were on their last day, and then on my last day there was a group of people that was their first day. You're trying to tell me you didn't have any positions? You didn't have any positions at all? Yet you had all those people, and not only did you do that, you used my idea. A lot of people would say, you know what? Legally, he had the right to do that. I don't know in what legal standpoint he could. I could be wrong, but let's think about this though. We're talking about a billionaire. We're talking about the world's biggest YouTuber. How is that so hard to just compensate for someone for them work? How hard is it to compensate someone for their ideas that made you millions and made me zero? I don't care if it was legally done or not. Like, think about it. We all have hearts here. We're all watching YouTube videos for the same exact reason.
It is a bit of a shame that this guy was thrown out over this, but like, yeah, no, I just, I'm not exactly, I don't know. I guess, sure, it's shitty. I can see the idea was inspired by. There's just this iconic like Japanese game show where they're like running across like there's like a pool and it's got like these platforms like going across, and they run across the platforms, and as they do, things will come and swing at them, so the platforms will move and stuff. It's very similar to that, but not quite on the same, not on quite the same level, I guess. It just reminds me of that particular thing I saw. But what I'll also say is that, while it's shitty, they did use his idea, and he sort of like, and they do seem to have like, it does seem to be a very similar setup. I think there needs to be more about... I feel as if there needs to be more than just this, just sort of like characterize this as like the company is doing something bad. So I mean, like, the reason why I say this is because, that perhaps, Mr. Beast is like, he did sort of advertise a position to him that, was open, and then it wasn't open. Maybe like, a staff was like bumped up instead from within the company. He was there on trial. Now, sort of like when I'm watching this, I'm almost made to believe that, if I was to like, that sort of like the position was like never really there. They just used me for ideas. Is essentially what he's saying. Maybe like, you know, maybe he's not saying the position was never really there, but it's I sort of feel like that's implied from watching it, or that he was, or better yet, they used my idea, and they didn't hire me. If if he's saying they used my idea and they didn't hire me, I mean, yeah, there could be any reasons why they didn't hire you. Any number of reasons. As for, you know, for me to, like, sort of believe this was bad, it would almost have to be, like, you know, they'd almost have to be running a mill on this thing. I mean, because, like, the opposite of this is, like, well, you know, it's like, I'd have to, you know, you'd have to almost, like, I don't know, there's like any number of like completely reasonable reasons that could pop up as, you know, as to like why he didn't get hired that day. It's just like, I feel as if like what he's doing right now is a dick move, and he's calling Mr. Beast a thief. No, he's not a thief. You went there for a trial, and you didn't make it through. Now, if you're saying that the trial was a scam or something like that, then yeah, there would be a problem with that. But otherwise, I just feel as if, like, I don't know, it's a little bit hard done. You know, it's not, I don't feel as if that, I'm not convinced. Not convinced that, you know, that is, like, you know, indicative of, like, his, like, ongoing behavior. It's a dick move, I guess. Let's see. Let's go to Tom Dark. I think he had one more video.
Girls, okay? He likes microchips. He bought into Face to Church, turn it into his thumbnail. Satanic much? And now he's being accused of knowingly hiring a registered sex offender to work on his videos. What? If this is true, this could actually be the end. This could be it for Mr. Beast. Like this could be the.
How could they know? I don't know. How could they know he knows, right?
Title is not exaggerated this time. On August 7th, 2024, Hoi4 posted the second video in his Mr. Beast Exposed series. In the first video, he accused Mr. Beast of running illegal lotteries, faking his videos, among other things. And in this video, he interviewed a former employee of Mr. Beast.
I don't care what happened with me and my career and reputation after this. I had to say some stuff. So, whatever happens, happens at this point.
In the video, this former
whatever happens at this point.
There was a known man on the registry who was hired to work in Mr. Beast videos. He also claims to have heard rumors that Jimmy knew and tried to cover it up, but he has no proof for that specific claim. That's just hearsay, at least coming from him. But you know, he is an ex-employee who's claiming to know. So that's what we know about what he said there.
Well, there was a known sex offender, registered sex offender, convicted sex offender, on the registry and everything.
Why did they just blur him out? What?
And like you can, you know.
They just blur that bit out.
If someone pees in public, you're on the registry. You know, you get it. If you still have a job after you're on that's one thing. You know, you go to prison, you get rehabilitated. That's one thing. You know, like if you do your time, that's fine. I think you should be read the rehabilitation spectrum. But that guy, from what I hear, like I can't confirm or deny. From what I hear, he's on the registry for doing some not great stuff with some underage people.
Jeez.
Sorry, I just had to pause the video real quick. 1 to 11 years old. So whoever this person is, keep in mind, they're not just like some borderline case or something. This is not like a classic YouTube creep allegation.
That
is
is
like
wild.
Some kind of actual pedophile who was convicted of a crime with someone under the age of 11 years old. That is absolutely insane. I feel like I need to pull my eyes out of my sockets right now and start eating them, because I think it'd be really delicious right now if I can no longer see and perceive the world for how dark it is. If that is true, okay, this is not only like a brand risk, okay? This is not brand risk territory. This is like, how did that happen? How the hell did that happen, Satan? How did that happen? Did they just not background check this guy? When was this? Was this like early on in Jimmy's channel when he wasn't background checking people properly? Was it later on? A lot of questions here need to be answered like right now, or else this guy is toast. I think that at this point, Mr. Beast is going to have to respond to these allegations because before, you know, you had the claims of running illegal lotteries. That's bad enough. The claim of pushing gambling on children. That's bad enough, right? That's really bad. I think he needs to respond to that regardless. Faking the videos, I don't really care about, you know, the raccoon actor or whatever, but illegal lotteries or pushing gambling on children is already terrible. You know what's even worse, okay? The thing that is even worse that
I mean, like, the illegal lotteries, I mean, come on. Almost all YouTubers have done it and something like that. You're hyping that up. Pushing gambling on children? I haven't seen this bit.
couldn't have even fathomed, could have even been an allegation here, okay? Having a registered offender in videos that millions of children watch on a cast that children look up to, that is absolutely unreal. That is insane. That is undoubtedly not only, like, why did you do that, but also that is an active risk to children that I think needs to be addressed, like, now. Like, right now. Right now.
Yeah.
But he was like the manager when it all started.
Hey, what?
And you know that he knew because he'll be in videos, he'll be in thumbnails, he'll be around whenever he is. He's wearing a mask. Why would you wear a mask? Why would you conceal your face? It's like, what are you concealing? That you were a registered sex offender? And that your face could be looked up on a thing?
So we see the video there in the corner of the screen of this alleged person, and they're wearing a mask when no one else is in the video. I decided to check the video itself to see if there's any explanation given for why they're wearing a mask. It's from 5 years ago, has 120 million views, and you can see the person here on the left who is this ex-employee that Jake is saying is the offender in question. And in the video itself, they say everyone's name except for this guy.
How long do you think you're gonna last, Ethan?
What is time? 24 hours.
Okay. Chris, how long do you think you're gonna last?
Banana Sunday.
We'll just leave Chandler alone. How about you? How long do you think you're gonna last?
So for some reason, they're never saying this guy's name. They're clearly trying to, like, not reveal his identity. They don't want anyone to know who he is. And I'm trying to run through the possibilities in my mind here for, like, is there any possible defense for Mr. Beast? Like, maybe he didn't know, and then this guy asked to be anonymous. Maybe he didn't know what he had. Maybe he didn't know what he had done. Like, maybe though, like, big maybe. Like, I feel like, how do you not know? Is the real question here. How do you not know?
I mean, like, at this point, you can still. It could have been, like, you know, a request from him, or, like, you know, maybe he just says, you know, I want to keep my identity anonymous. It's possible still at this point. Mr. Beast doesn't know. It'd be certainly. I would question, you know. It's possible, but, like, it's bordering on negligence almost. I don't know.
The kid. How do you not know? Like, what? Maybe somehow this isn't even the same guy. Is that possible? It seems unlikely to me, but Jesus.
I mean, I just think there's, like, a lot of potential explanations for, like, why he's on there. We haven't heard Mr. Beast's side of the story on this particular thing yet. It is still possible that he didn't know, and that's pretty bad. It's not a great thing, but you know.
Jesus Christ.
How much more can you literally cover up a sex offender with a physical mask? Like, do I have to? Is it more on the nose, or I don't know why they let him go, because there's rumors back and forth, you know. So I don't know why they let him go, but he did leave at one point. Even if that guy didn't do anything, they still knew about it, and he was still around. And what if he's going to be in the Discord server?
Oh no, my phone just died.
When I was there, they called him Delaware. So why do you call him Delaware? I didn't know. Apparently they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname?
That is wild. Oh jeez, Mr. Beast is you know, he hired someone, you know, who can't return to, like, corporate HQ anymore, Delaware, where all the companies have their mailboxes, and you know, after this, he's not gonna have a company to go home either to, huh? I don't know. Maybe I'm pushing a bit for that irony right there, but I feel as if I don't know. I just the world is a funny way of things. Give us just a moment. I need to find a charger for my phone.
The likelihood that he didn't know is astronomically low.
Now, Twitter internet detectives have taken it upon themselves to figure out more about this guy and who he may be. There's a lot of different reports right now if you want to cover that, but they're all kind of pointing towards this guy that OctoPoxYT on Twitter has shown in 2 images. One of them is from this man on the registry named Charles Jefferson. Big shout out to Thomas Jefferson, no relation, I assume. We do respect our founding fathers and patriots on this channel, so do not slander my good boy Jefferson's name, Thomas, not the other guy. I mean, and you don't even need to slander him to call him that. Like, you know, needless to say, just leave Thomas Jefferson alone is all I'm saying. And here he shows an image of the guy in the video where they do look very similar. The dude definitely looks very similar. I'm treading on thin ice here.
It'd be pretty wild if it wasn't.
Certain, but it's kind of strange, chat. Okay, kind of a weird champ, as Pokimane would say. Not gonna lie, kind of weird, kind of a weird look, so to speak. By the way, it's funny that they put this guy on the registry at a risk level. They put him at moderate risk, like as if there's like a tier list of these kind of people. Now this guy is bad, okay? This guy's bad, but this other guy, he's really bad. But then we have this guy, okay? The guy that's apparently in a Mr. Beast video. You see, he's moderate. He's moderate. He's a moderate risk. He plays chess really well. He likes to play chess with children while they play checkers. I don't know who else does that, but he is really good at chess. Let it be known. So he's only a moderate risk. Now this guy.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Tweeting about these allegations a lot. He says a lot of people on the Bird app saying they feel no sympathy for Jake Weddle, that he signed up for this and got paid. I agree that the most important part is.
Well, his response to what is it to what's his name? Don't give me this. Dr. Disrespect. His response to it was pretty fire, where like people, Dr. Disrespect put out this image where, you know, he's got, I'm playing chess, you're playing checkers, and like I think there was I think Turkey Tom was one of the few people who like, you know, who like flipped the image around, and it says a kid in front of him who's playing the checkers to like dunk on him. As far as like a meme goes, he was getting wrecked in the comments, is what I was trying to say. It was pretty funny.
The Jake Weddle part. But you can at least argue at least some of the Jake stuff was irresponsible and unethical, so much so that they didn't post the final product. I know Beast fans won't care about that anyway, but I think it goes toward the picture painted that Mr. Beast often doesn't care about the safety of his contestants. And you know, I'm curious how this is going to impact Mr. Beast's career. Like, if someone can definitively prove that he knew about this guy, this predator, being on his team and didn't care, that would be insane. That would be absolutely insane. Like, that would be career ending. I think, you know, I'm gonna tread on thin ice here again. I'm gonna tread on thin ice and say it seems unlikely that Jimmy didn't know, and even at that point, it seems like even if he didn't know somehow, it seems like crazy irresponsible and crazy negligent to not know that this guy's working there. But at the same time, it seems.
The reason why I think it would be irresponsible or like negligent is because of like, you know, it's everything we've seen so far. It's the size of the company. I mean, he's got 4 creative teams. Does he not have HR? Do they not have a recruit? Oh wait, we went through his recruitment process on the last video, didn't we? Yeah. No, okay. If he recruits everyone, but we're like, oh, this guy's cool. Hey, do you want to be part of our team? If his entire recruitment process is that, then yeah, no shot. It's very possible that he got through the cracks, and you know, and that Mr. Beast didn't know about it, and maybe some people found out about it and was like, "We work at Mr. Beast. This is like, you know, we do like shoots for like millions of dollars here. How the fuck did they not know?" I think it's still very possible that he doesn't know at this point. That's what I'll say.
It's so stupid for James Donald, Satan Beast himself from the fires of hell, to do something like this, right? It seems so stupid. Like, if you're thinking he's like a sociopathic, evil person, okay? You can think that, okay, whatever. But this is like pure stupidity. Like, to think that this would never get out and do it anyway, like that would mean that Mr. Beast has Down syndrome, in my opinion. That would mean he has Down syndrome, and you can't even trust him.
Whoa, calm down there, Tom. Whoa.
Operation this big and
whoa, calm down there. The language you're using there, buddy. You need to take a chill pill, alright? It's 2024, okay? You don't say disparaging things like Down syndrome as a disparagement anymore. You just gotta call them retarded. I'm joking, alright? I'm joking, okay? That was a bit of an edgy joke. A hot take, a meme if you will, okay? It's like the problem with all great words, all great sort of like slurs and curses, they need to have they've got a punch to it. That's why they're edgy. That's why they're mean. That's why they hit hard. But you know, I could. I don't know. It's just, I say that as a joke. You know, I'm not out here to offend anyone. You know, it's like certain people are like born a certain way, and they shouldn't. You know, you shouldn't get shit for like, you know, something that ultimately you can't change. It's just kicking someone for being born a certain way. So I understand, but when in some cases, language is like how it's used, and you know, while they are sort of like using it in a disparaging tone, you know, I don't think, you know, people go out there and think, you know, less of, you know, people with Down syndrome. This is like really bad where I'm like over explaining a joke. This is what I need to do next, right? Is I need to like laugh at my own joke, and then tell you why it's funny. This is peak comedy, friends. Okay, I'm gonna be doing my own show. All right, I'll be fucking living life. I'll be enjoying it. Be having a great time. Everyone else though. What are you doing? What are you saying? Oh, get out of here. I think if I was to like, someone would be like, "Yo, listen. One, you're not funny. Two, you just said it. You just used a curse word. Three, you described the joke, so it's not funny at all. Now we're like stuck on this tangent, and no one's gonna go anywhere with it." Yeah, I know. All right. Sorry, I've got to bring this damn thing up again. Yeah. There we go. Damn.
Not somehow hire a predator on his team. Like, it seems insane for him to know, because obviously it would come out at some point, right? And it would be a huge brand risk, even if he didn't care about who this guy was or what he did. It's such a huge brand risk to have that guy doing what he did and have him in a video that gets 100 million views. Like, so it just seems absolutely astronomical to believe that he knew. But hey, you know what? These allegations are changing every day. At this point, I don't want to speak too soon on anything, because you never really know which way the wind will blow with the Mr. B situation right now. So we're gonna have to wait and see if he definitively 1000% knew. But at the very least, this is like gross negligence. It needs to be called out. At the very least. Now, this guy Delaware, some people have been doing some digging into him to figure out who he is. And here we have an old tweet from a familiar face who's been calling out Jimmy a lot, named Jake the Viking, where someone asked why people call this person in the video as Delaware. Who is Delaware? Who's this Delaware guy? What's going on in Delaware, chat? What's going on in Delaware? Seriously, what's with the Delaware situation? And Jake on Twitter said they're calling his brother-in-law or manager Delaware. So this man was apparently Jake's brother-in-law. How did he not know? Like, I'm sorry. How did you not know, Jake the Viking? This guy is your brother-in-law. He married your sister. He's the husband of your sister. Like, it seems pretty insane to me you wouldn't find out at some point. And people also look through some old tweets from Jake, where he even talked about this happening. He says, "What would the actions of my brother-in-law with an instance that happened before I even knew him have to do with me?" Take some time to think of a good response. So people dug deeper. They dug a little deeper into this. They're in the coal mines figuring it out, okay, in Siberia. They're like, what did Jake the Viking know? And this was months ago. This was before this allegation even happened publicly with Mr. Beast. This is when people were just calling out Jake for his brother-in-law. Why did Jake address someone named Chris in this thread where he's talking about his brother-in-law? Well, the reason why is because before Chris Tyson was exposed for what Chris did, Chris had talked about this person publicly to call out Jake the Viking after Jake the Viking called out Chris Tyson. I'm losing my mind. I'm literally...
So Chris Tyson. Isn't that the person who's trans and has left Mr. Beast's team? That is wild. That is wild.
Losing my mind. I'm a crazy person. I have schizophrenia. Never asked Jake how he protected his kid or his family from his brother-in-law, Chris Tyson says. Someone responds here saying, low blow, that we weren't talking about kids. And then this response here from Chris is, who you keep in your company says a lot about you, with an attached screenshot of the offense this person committed. And by company, I'm assuming that Chris means...
Oh, wow. So what Mr. Beast is... So what, Chris Tyson got fired, and then they went nuclear on Mr. Beast.
Like the company as in like the people you keep around you, not the Mr. Beast company, I'm assuming, because at this point, Mr. Beast and Chris were on good terms, and Chris is still a part of the company, so I don't think Chris would be like,
oh, okay, all right.
Mr. Beast company at this point in time. So all of this is just to say that Chris is calling out Jake the Viking for having this person in his presence, not calling out Mr. Beast company, at least at this point in time. And you see the charge here once again, and that charge is the exact same charge from the previous photo from the dog pack video, which shows that they're clearly talking about the same person here, unless Jake's brother-in-law is an offender who people call Delaware, and then the guy in the Mr. Beast videos is also someone people call Delaware, and also is a sex offender according to Dogpack 404. Like, there's a lot of coincidences happening here. The stars are really aligning for me. Someone must have known. I'm sorry. Someone in this entire situation had to have known. If Chris Tyson knew, someone else had to have known at some point, I assume. Like, did Jimmy know? Did Jake the Viking know? Did other people on the team know? Someone had to know, guys. There's something going on, okay? All I'm saying is, how the f did no one know? Now, the video from Dogpack ends with him talking about another phone call that he had with some anonymous ex-employee of the Beast Industrial Complex Satanic Forces.
Also, apparently before this phone conversation got recorded, the person on the other end of the line said that the Mr. Beast team was actually trying to expunge Delaware's record off the registry, and that's what actually like sparked this person to start recording. Okay, so Reed is Mr. Beast's former manager who's in the last video telling Jimmy, hey, don't promote gambling to children. So, I think Reed's taken 2 W's this month, don't promote gambling to children and don't have offenders on payroll. Also, yeah, just from where I'm sitting, it seems extremely unlikely that Jimmy wouldn't know, but, I know that I'm sure that's the defense he'll go with, so I'll just say preemptively, if somehow Jimmy didn't know about Delaware, I think it's still such an extreme level of negligence. Like, what you're not doing background checks. Everyone at your company knows, but somehow you don't know. I think that needs more of an explanation than just saying, I didn't know. Well, how didn't you know? How did this person get into the company? And a company that makes content for children and is around children. So yeah, Jimmy, I think we need an explanation from you, or your lawyers and PR people and representatives and spokespersons and on how you could have not known that there was an offender at a high level in the company.
I mean, this guy Dawson is he's like the Riddler or something to Mr. Beast. He's just he's got all the cards in his hand right now. He's calling them out. It's crazy how much information this guy is digging up. But I think he raises some very good questions here as far as who knew, who should have known, and how much can you hold Mr. Beast responsible. I mean, when 2 people who had apparently had access to this company at one point are both saying the same thing about Jimmy knowing what was going on with this guy, it looks really bad. Now, that could be lying. They could be misinformed. I haven't seen, concrete proof, which would be hard to get anyway, but I haven't seen concrete proof of Jimmy knowing about this person. But 2 people independently saying this, I don't know. It's not a good look. They're corroborating, you would say. Colloquially, they're corroborating. obviously, you know, Beast, Satan, Hell Industries employs hundreds of people.
Beast,
so
Satan,
maybe,
Hell
you know,
Industries.
somehow maybe he's not the guy in charge of background checks. Maybe 5 years ago they weren't doing background checks because it was a more amateur operation. But still, someone in the chain messed up in a serious way and either knew or was completely and should have figured it out at some point, okay? And I think that at this point, Jimmy is going to need to respond to these allegations as soon as he possibly can, because this is just, I mean, if he 1,000% knew and someone gets proof of that, I think it's actually over. I'm going to hate Mr. Beast forever. I think the entire YouTube community will hate him too, and justifiably so. If you knowingly hire a child enjoyer, we'll put it that way, okay, then you are cooked. Like, that is the end of the game. It's unjustifiable. There's no excuse. Like, I don't care how much money that guy made you. If he's a child enjoyer enthusiast, like, you can't hire that guy. You can't hire that guy.
Creative words he's using now, that's for sure.
And even if he didn't know, as Dogpack said, there is some level of negligence here that needs to be called out, and a lot of things need to change at Beast Industries.
I mean, sort of like, perhaps... I mean, like, so we watched a little bit earlier where, like, the hiring process where, like, this dude was, like, essentially brought into the team by, like, Jimmy. And he was, like, brought into the creative team, and they, like, asked him a couple of questions, asked him to fill out this and that. They did a vibe check. You know, I don't think it didn't seem, I didn't hear, maybe I'm being silly and I need to go over it again, but I didn't see them going through, like, you know, a more formal process where it's like, where's your resume? Where have you worked for the past 5 years? Do you have a police clearance? That sort of thing. You know, if Jimmy's just bringing people in, or, you know, it's like, hey, I know this guy. It's possible that someone's like, hey, you know, brought it in and he was just, like, really useful. What is it, like, there was that guy who Chris Tyson was fighting with, who was like the step uncle or step brother to this guy through his wife or something. And it's possible that, you know, he just brought him in as like a handyman, and he was just really good at setting stuff up, and he was promoted from there. But I mean, like, I don't know. It is kind of strange. It is very strange. I'll give him that. Very strange.
Rated fires of hell, Hades, controlling the strings here. Truly, Mr. Beast is the Antichrist. Let it be known. Or maybe he's not, but in the back of my mind, he is in my dreams. He's visited me many times. Chris Tyson has also visited me at 3 a.m., but I can't talk about that legally yet in Minecraft. I mean, it's not like this Delaware dude is some random guy, some random video editor. He is in a video with 100 million views that you can see on YouTube right now at this very moment. So I think something's got to give here. I expect that this video is going to go down off of YouTube pretty soon, unless somehow Dawson and his employee have it all wrong. In which case, their careers are actually over and they're never going to get work again. So, you know, prayers for Dogpack that he 1000% has this right, because it looks like he does from my perspective. It looks like he does from my perspective. And holy, I'm like basically speechless. Now, apparently, Rolling Stone reached out to Chris Tyson for an interview on the allegations made against them. I believe this is in regards to partially the allegations from Muskina, an allegation of SA. Now, that particular allegation against Chris, I thought was pretty dumb. The other ones are, I mean, Chris is a up person. I think I've said the P word too many times in this video, but Chris is a horrible person, but I digress. Chris Tyson was reached out to by Rolling Stone, and according to Rolling Stone, there's this quote from their article which reads, Rolling Stone spoke with Wayman and Jess as well as a half dozen other individuals to corroborate their stories, which seem to show Tyson using her position of power, Mr. Beast, for free labor, friendship, and sexual encounters. Rolling Stone contacted Tyson on Instagram, X, email, and phone. Tyson and the reporter spoke for about 2 minutes over the phone before she said,
this is just getting wild. This company's like wild. The accusations are just off the chain. Rolling Stone reporting that Tyson using her position of power for free labor, using her position of power for friendship. Okay. And sexual encounters. Free labor, kind of bad. Sexual encounters. What the fuck? And friendship. Okay. I don't know why they put friendship in there. I really don't. I feel as if like one's kind of bad, one's really bad, and the other is just like, oh, he's abusing his situation. They're abusing their situation of power for friends. I don't know, man. I don't know what context friendship is. I don't know why it's in there. I believe part of the reason Ava was able to manipulate me was due to the overall branding of Mr. Beast's channel appearing extremely charitable. Jess said, I thought if I was loyal to Ava and Mr. Beast, then I would be greatly rewarded. The master will reward me if I just get on my knees enough. Come on, get real. No free lunches. Who's this Jess person? We need to read this Rolling Stones article. This is wild.
She would call him back later. The reporter's number was then blocked, and she did not reply to an email with a detailed list of questions and allegations. So it seems like Chris is avoiding comment at this point. And the Drama Alert Twitter account also received what they say is a confirmed leaked email from the Mr. Beast company where they update employees on the status of their operation. Here is what they said. I wanted to update all of you on the recent concerns that have been raised online and in the press. As I mentioned in my tweet a couple of weeks ago, we've hired Quinn Emanuel,
company confidential. Do not man, this company's like leakier than, you know, a broken faucet right now. What is going on?
a top-tier law firm to do a full investigation of the Ava Tyson allegations. We also asked them to expand the scope to
Ava Tyson allegations. The Chris Tyson allegations. So like the stuff Chris Tyson is like responsible for is like, you know, is like, it's bad, but why are you hiring I guess it's for an investigation, but like you can't charge them. The police would need to charge them for that. You can't sue someone when they haven't done harm to you, or there's no provable harm. I mean, I suppose he's, oh, well, you know, he's wrecked his company, so, you know, fuck it, you know, might as well throw a lawsuit their way, you know, they'll get him. Justice.
Include a full assessment of our internal culture and to investigate allegations of inappropriate behavior by people in the company. While the process is not complete, I have enough preliminary information at this point that I'm announcing several changes today. As your leader, I take responsibility that I'm committed to continue to improve and evolve my leadership style. While I've been mostly focused on creating content, launching feastables, building our community, and leading our philanthropic efforts, I recognize that I also need to work to create a culture that makes all of our employees feel safe and allow them to do their best work. Therefore, along with Jeff Hausenbold, our new president and COO, we'll be hiring a new chief human resources officer, chief financial officer, and general counsel, along with other roles to add capacity and competencies to foster a better
What do they mean by hiring a new chief human resources officer? Did they not have one of those before? I mean, like, I feel as if, like, in today's age, human resources, you know, there's a lot of wacky things that, you know, that comes out of the human resources department. But, you know, vetting people, keeping the crazies out, and, like, having them, like, someone who understands, like, how to legally mediate disputes between, like, your company and employees is great. In terms of that part of the role, it's fantastic, because, you know, if your employee comes to you and you know, says you know, fuck you, I'm having a pay rise, you know, and you know, you go off at them and you say some really nasty shit, well, you know, there's a chance you'll be on the hook for some of that really nasty shit you said to them. I mean, like, if only there was a human resources department you could send them to. Or perhaps, I don't know, maybe they would, like, you know, vet the resumes being sent in and make, you know, and do a police check on people. let's run by it. Do we hire this, this guy's a sexual predator. Should we take this person on? Will this be a good thing for our brand? Let's run that by human resources and see what they feel about it. Fuck me.
I can't imagine working at Beast Industries right now. It must be absolutely
Beast.
You don't know if
Beast Industries.
Dog pack about how they're going to be in the next Mr. Beast video. You just don't know what's going on here. And then the guy next to you, who knows what they know about Chris Tyson? Like, there's all this stuff going on here. I can't imagine what the office culture is like right now. It must be like, hey man, so we're gonna get to work on that next challenge video, right? Yeah. Did you hear about that dog pack? Yeah, man. I mean, I heard about that. It was pretty crazy. Shit, Jimmy's coming. Shh. Hey guys, are you ready for the new challenge video? To start off, we'll be instituting hiring a new chief human resources officer. We'll be bringing in a seasoned leader to help us build a more inclusive environment and a world-class HR team. We'll be doing mandatory training. We're implementing mandatory training sessions on safety, sexual harassment, LGBTQ, diversity, sensitivity training, and workplace.
You know what? I really feel as if like the problems with Mr. Beast's company is that he didn't have an LGBT. That their people just needed more LGBT sensitivity training. I really feel like that's the training you need to not hire people as sex offenders. Just, Now, maybe, once again, this could be. It's possible. It's possible Mr. Beast didn't know. And that this is all a massive fuck up. Man, to me that's like corporate speak for like, look how, progressive we are as a company. We're really striving to do our best here. And, if any company screws up, it's like that guy from House of Cards who got fired. He's like, listen, alright. Didn't get fired. He got outed for having relations with a minor or something like that. And he's just like, actually, I'm gay. I don't think you understand. I'm very, positive for LGBTQ plus things. It is like corporate speak for we've done fucked up and we want to virtue signal about how progressive you are so you can stop hating us. Please consume our products. Listen, we're down, kids. We're hip. We're cool, okay? We're not like those edgy conservatives. Far out. This is, what nonsense. I know, I'm getting triggered by a line. Whatever, let's go on.
3. Listening sessions. Jeff will be holding listening sessions across the company to hear directly from employees about their experiences and ideas for improvement. 4. Anonymous reporting. We are establishing an anonymous reporting mechanism to ensure everyone feels safe coming forward with concerns. 5.
Oh, I mean, I suppose it's considered what's happening. I suppose the anonymous reporting, perhaps could be some tool to address it, but oh man, if you piss someone off in the workplace, the anonymous reporting would be brutal. And when I say piss someone off, I mean what are the chances are that thing's going to be abused for people saying things about other people that aren't necessarily the truth?
The external review. We have engaged an independent firm to conduct a thorough review of our policies and practices.
I need to build more mills.
And implement changes. I want to let you know I'm optimistic about the company's future, and I appreciate all your contributions. We are seeing many examples of your hard work as we recently became the first channel to surpass 300 million YouTube subscribers. Our last 2 main channel videos were our fastest growing in the history of the company, and our philanthropic work continues to positively impact our community and our planet. In summary, I'm fully committed to seeing the investigative process through and acting on the recommendations. We'll circle back and share our learnings and any necessary changes. Thank you for your continued teamwork and dedication to our mission and our community. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or Jeff directly.
Please don't hesitate to reach out to HR.
And his letter was written by Jimmy Beast, Satan himself. The Antichrist is here. He might be. You don't know. You can't disprove the Antichrist allegations, can you? I can't disprove that. I don't know. I mean, innocent until proven guilty, but like, the microchips thing is kind of concerning. I'm trolling. Or am I? So it seems like they were trying to handle things internally a lot, meanwhile sending Dawson a cease and desist to try and get him to stop talking about all of this. Yeah, that didn't really work, did it? He just posted a new video that, you know, is getting millions of views. And the latest update is that Dawson has asked people not to harass the offender he showed in the video because he has a family, this offender. He doesn't want the family to get shit. Unfortunately, you know, I respect his good intentions there, but I think the cat is out of the bag on that one. The dude has already been doxxed on my Twitter timeline like 7,000 times, so I think that's going to happen regardless. You know, for those who have been watching me throughout all of this, you know I'm pretty skeptical about allegations in general, and both for the Chris Tyson stuff and for the claims about Mr. Beast in the beginning, I was very skeptical, and I'm always willing to wait for both sides. I always play devil's advocate, no pun intended, because Mr. Beast is the devil. But I think at this point, Jimmy is going to have to respond to everything being claimed here, because this stuff is going to hit every mainstream publication, every TV station is going to be talking about it, and if he cannot dispel this...
Mr. Beast should. He ethically should respond to these allegations. Ethically, I think it's the right thing. I'm not sure, you know, I just don't think it really matters if he does, though. I don't, in terms of, like, I think he could keep creating videos. No one's gonna care. That's what I think. I think that, you know, that the internet will forget. Why is that disappearing? What is going on? Okay, so, I mean, like, he should respond, but I think ultimately he absolutely could get away with not responding. There's no fucking shot. He could just keep making videos. He's still the #1 guy in the world. Shadow ban, you know, Chris Tyson, Ava Tyson. Just shadow ban a lot of those things. What are people gonna do? That's probably... I think that's what's gonna happen. Now, what is it? Now, Tom here is trying to put some pressure on him. I feel as if that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to pressure Mr. Beast in case, like, anyone watches that. Oh, they need to respond. Man, the internet is so fucking ADHD. Listen, no shot. It'll be done in a week, okay? You know, we'll be on to the next, you know, Logan Paul's, like, released a new cryptocurrency, and now he's, like, suing babies for, you know, the change out of their pockets, the shirts off their back, exposed, you know, that sort of thing. There's just, he can get, I just think he can get away with it.
Particular?
Well, actually, give us just a moment. Let's check his social blade, yeah? Nothing but we'll take this. Down 69%. Oh no, he only got 7 million subscribers. The estimated monthly earnings. Bro! Monthly game subscribers for Mr. Beast. So, May, 7 million. What is it? No, April, 7. May, 10. June, 28. Oh, man, that is... Wait, 14? $14 million, huh? 14 million. Yeah, I think he'll be fine. I think that when Mr. Beast talks, he's like, you know, he's got such a reach, such a resounding fucking platform at this point that, you know, it'll wash over. No shot. He doesn't need to speak about it.
Thing, this particular claim that he hired this person and knew it, I think that companies are going to start pulling out. He's going to lose sponsorship.
But ethically he does. I feel as if he should. But, you know, I feel as if for it's his brand. If I was looking at this from a CEO's perspective, nah, he doesn't need to respond. No way. This is like, that'd be, oh, you want Mr. Beast to, like, you know, broadcast this drama to his 7 million people. Bro, what percentage of people would have even seen it? Oh, 10 million people saw that video. He gets like 7 million a month. We're gonna take Czechoslovakia. You know, I can't stand to give it away. It's got like, you take Czechoslovakia, you need it because it's got like a oil resource, and I'm just like, oil. We need oil. We're importing the shit out of it right now. And let's continue.
Empire is like toast, just like that. Everything he built for 10 years on YouTube is going to be gone if he can't dispel this. Meanwhile, with the illegal gambling accusation, he could have the government to deal with if that's true. And I was just thinking things would be dying down for the Mr. Beast story here. And it just gets worse and worse. I feel like every day I'm getting a new update, like, oh, he did that. What's going to be next? Is he launching a nuclear warhead at my house? He probably should. I would enjoy that. And the thing is, Mr. Beast has to respond.
Probably should. I would enjoy that.
He's just not going to cut it anymore. If he goes without responding to this for long enough, companies are going to pull out. People are going to call for sponsorships. Journalists are going to reach out.
Now you may lose sponsors over this. You know, I think that's certainly could be the case. But you know, oh, now what I want to do? Now I want to do with this tech tree. Oh, I've done this. I want tanks. I want big tanks. I want lots of breakthrough. So if I'm going the tanks route, then I might as well just go down the entire tray and just like flip all of Eastern Europe before I decide to deal with the Soviet Union.
Out and call for them to pull out and ask about it, and there's just no way Mr. Beast doesn't respond. He has to. Continuing to upload, not going to do it anymore. You know what might do it though? Mr. Beast, I know you're a huge fan of me, okay? I know you're watching this video right now. There's one word you need to say on YouTube right now, Jimmy, and it will save you from everything. I think you know the word. You have to say it. Just hop on a bridge on PUBG real quick, let it rip, and all will be forgiven. You can save the world and your honor. You can also save hell along the way, because I know that's the army you fight for. Thank you guys for watching my video. Like if you liked it, dislike if you dislike.
That was good. I really like that, Mr. Turkey Tom. You make fantastic content. What have we got? What else have we got?
Video.
That was really loud. Could go over the West Side Tyler stuff. Could go over Kelly Jean stuff. Blech. Blech. Oh, this Kelly Jane stuff's pretty fun. What about it? Let's do it. Fuck it. It's pretty fun. I don't know any of them personally. We can do it.
But no, I mean, I think honestly, even, and here's the thing too, okay, like in a serious, like, you know, serious manner here, like, okay, people saying that Kelly is like a groomer, whatever, like a pedophile for the Nathan and shit, like, that's obviously, you know, like, that's bad, sure. But
listen, all right. Kelly Jane went on. So Kelly Jane is a internet personality, and she's a bit cray. All right, she's a bit out there. So she had a falling out with a friend. Okay, I say a friend, an internet compadre. You know, but like how they went around this is like, you know, they were basically on stream talking to each other for like 4 to 5 hours every day to an audience of, you know, ranging from like, you know, a few hundred people to 1,000. Kelly Jean would say like some really mean, unhinged shit at like people, and then like claim, yeah, I'm a fucking asshole. Deal with it. And that's sort of like the way she would like carry herself, you know, very sort of like forward, that like, you know, she's you know, this is who she is. She's an, you know, she's an asshole, and you know, she's mean to people, and you need to deal with that. Okay, sure, fine, all right, but like, you know, this guy right here, this is JSTLK, entertaining streamer. Sometimes a bit unhinged. What I like about him is like usually he's a pretty funny guy. But man, he used to simp so hard for her. He would bend over backwards for like any kind of like, Kelly Jane would just walk all over this man. She would walk all over like anyone who'd come in. She'd be completely unhinged. There's a song about it where she's like telling chat to like rope. Okay, if you know what that means, you know. She's you know, she would just get into like these, and she is generally just a disagreeable person. She is really disagreeable. That being said though, I gotta say, I gotta hand it to her. Like, you know, the way, you know, she is definitely entertaining. She is just, in some cases, you know, she'll never admit fault to anything. Well, okay, she'll like say I'm sorry, but it'll always be couched in this like, well, okay, so like, you know, she can never do anything wrong. Okay, and you'll sort of see that. You'll sort of see that here. People will be like, well, you know, she's like an asshole, right? And usually, like, when people, like, treat other people badly and they're, like, sort of owning the fact there's an asshole, there's sort of, like, usually there's an implication there that they know they're doing a bad thing. But, like, for Kelly, nah, it's not, no, she is an asshole. And she's Kelly Jane. Don't you know who the fuck Kelly Jane is? What are you doing coming up to Kelly Jane, talking to her? You know, you should have expected her to fucking berate your fucking dead mother. Or whatever, you know, essentially. Right, so, well, actually, a little bit more of the history, right? I'm getting too into it. So there is another person with Cherry, right? They're both, Cherry, Kelly Jane, they're like sort of streamer girls that hang around Destiny. Well, they did at one point. And, like, you know, JSTLK runs the after hours for Destiny show, essentially. What does that mean? I don't know, there's some weird competition there. How this all started was Cherry was like, I don't fucking give a shit about Kelly Jean's health. What is going on? Okay. Yeah, I don't give a shit about Kelly Jean's health. Fuck that person. You know, she didn't say fuck that person, but essentially she just, you know, said she doesn't care about Kelly Jean's health, right? And this made Kelly go. Kelly essentially at that point dropped the pretense and was like, you're an evil B word. You're an evil bitch. I understand you now. Everything is, you know, you don't care about my health? Well, that's it. Everything is now game. You get fucked. You know, and she started making fun of you know, Cherry's abortion. Anything personal and deeply offensive to Cherry, Kelly picked that up and threw it in her face. And here she is getting baited to like come on the show again because
I'm sorry, like I don't think,
essentially,
you know,
essentially, you know, it got to the point where JLCK wouldn't kick her from the show. They had to come on different days, and at one point, I think he asked her to give asked her to give Cherry an apology, and she's like, vehemently, no. Cherry attacked me first. She knew what she was doing. It's wild. It is absolutely... Anyway, she got into it. She left the Discord, left the show, and we're in for a fun time with this. I can tell you that right now.
You can claim any moral high ground when you're talking about eating people's fucking miscarriage and saying what did she say? She's like, you're block, you're not funny. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you immediately lose all fucking justification and, you know, empathy, sympathy. Like, I don't care. Nobody cares. The fact that Kelly's has been called R. Kelly Jean or Groomer Jean in DGG, like, I'm sorry, Kelly. You did it to yourself.
Sorry. That's not all of it. She got off the show, right? She got thrown off. So she left the Discord. She didn't get thrown off the show, but, you know, they kind of demanded an apology. She refused to give it. And then she just left at that point because she felt that, you know, she felt like blame was there, and there is no blame. She then starts plotting the demise of JSTLK. She goes on Destiny stream. Huge content creator. As I said, JSTLK is like the after hours for Destiny. And she just starts to like trying to ruin his relationship with her. By like saying that, like, you know, he said he hated her at some points. And Kelly Jane, she was just doing the honorable thing by coming out there and, like, you know, forcing them to air out their grievances. By, like, publicly exposing that, like, you know, apparently JSTLK hates Destiny. And they come on and they spent literally 8 hours of, like, Kelly Jean running around the circle saying, oh, no, it's, I didn't... You know, my goal was just to be like a noble and honest person and to like make them sort out their differences. You know, that's really what I wanted here. It's nothing to do about the fact that, you know, we just had this big fight, that I'm getting really pissed off that people on your Discord are like saying mean things about me, and that, you know, I'm having a hard time dealing with, like, you know, the negativity I'm getting from this. That's what essentially was going down. But Kelly Jade would just, I shit you not, for like 8 hours on that stream, there was no fault. Kelly Jean this is all a big misunderstanding, and they just won't give Kelly Jane any charitability.
Nobody has any sort of empathy or sympathy for you, and the fact of the matter is, like, again, all of us are like pretty, like, you know, normal people. We go on about our days and we do our work, whatever. You, on the other hand, you literally sit in your flat or whatever the fuck you guys live in in England, in that fucking shithole town, England, whatever town, Luton or whatever the fuck, wherever the fuck you live. You sit there and you ruminate all day and you talk about Discord drama to fucking 13. Okay, so then
oh right, okay, no, okay, hold on. There was something there, right? Okay, there was something. No, after that stream, she looked really bad, and it seemed evidently clear that it was her. So the next thing that happens is she appears on Destiny's Son's podcast. So it's where he, like, Destiny's son, who's like, I don't know, 11, 12, some shit. He was out there, like, he pestered her, got her to come on, and she started talking mad shit about Destiny, about, you know, and the drama to his son, which is, like, wildly unhinged.
It doesn't even matter. Like, I don't even have to talk about this. This is literally like a dead meme, because literally I spoke to Dan. Me and Dan are buddy, and then I spoke to Destiny. So none of this matters. The only reason Kelly brings any of this shit
nothing
up
I've
is to
done
be
matters
select from
either,
the fact
you
that she got
psycho.
kicked out of the server for melting
What?
down
I was
and
never kicked out of
telling
the server.
Cherry
You're just lying.
that
I
she was going
left.
to eat her miscarriage
Everything
soup,
you say is just
attacking her for
wrong.
having a miscarriage, and then on top of it, okay, on top of it,
Alright,
attacking
whatever
Cherry
you said
for her
is
race.
fucking
So all of this is literally
She called me white, like
and then
she
the
made fun
next
of my
thing
race
she
twice
does
before I
is
said
she
shit about her.
goes and runs to a
Fucking
13-year-old's
short-term memory.
Discord to complain about their dad. And the funny thing is, okay,
Didn't complain
the
about
funny
him
thing
either. I
is,
just repeated a few things he
to
said.
this
Didn't
day,
complain about him.
reflect
Didn't say
about
anything
all
negative
of that,
about him.
about
Just fucking
all of
keep
that.
lying.
Yes, you do.
Will never ever own up to anything. Meanwhile, everyone can see clear as day that I will take
I apologise
responsibility.
to
I will
Destiny
own
for how
up.
it looked.
And
I
the
apologise to
crazy
Destiny,
thing
but
about
I don't owe you
the
shit.
crazy thing about
You
her
don't even
is
know that,
she
do
will
you?
never
Because you don't
take
give a shit.
any responsibility. She's
Yeah, we don't need to hear this guy.
It was like
talking
you were
about
saying
it.
you
plenty of other
think
people
he's
I
a
talked to.
bad person, and you said
Literally
yeah, it
plenty
said
of
it to
other people
multiple
I talked to
people.
about it.
Yes, and I spoke to some of those people too, and their concerns were clearly like the same as mine when I was speaking to them. Like they understood what I was saying.
So
you were
those
saying you
people
think
told
he's a
you.
bad
Hold on.
person,
All
and I
of those
can
people
give
that
an
you talked to about this,
example.
Kelly, all of these people that you apparently went and talked to about it, because I know all of them, because they messaged me about
Such
it.
a
Okay?
liar,
Did they
bro.
tell you?
Damn,
did they tell
you're
you to go on
like
Destiny's stream?
retconning the fucking
Did they tell you to go
past.
talk to Destiny? What
No,
were their
I didn't say
recommendations
they
about talking
did.
to Destiny? What were their
I make my own
recommendations, Kelly?
choices.
What were their
I never
recommendations,
said.
Kelly?
What the
What
fuck
were
are you
their
talking about? I
recommendations?
never
Can
said
you
that
tell
they
me what
did,
they
so I
said?
don't need to argue.
No,
I don't know.
You
I
can
don't
tell me
remember.
because I know what they said.
Well,
I
of
know
course no one's,
everybody
like,
you talked
gonna
to.
encourage
Literally
me.
everybody you talked to
Oh
about
my
this, that you
God.
shared this information with, said, "Hey, that would be a really bad idea, Kelly. That would be a
I
really
don't
bad.
care.
Real bad."
Do I sound? Do
I know
look
you don't
like
care,
I care? I
but I'm
wouldn't
just
have been on
pointing
there
out that
for
you're
6
using these
hours
people
of
to
it.
validate your worldview right now. You're using these people to validate your worldview, and they
You're the
disagree
one
with
that's
you
running
completely.
away from the things that you said. You just lie now. You're retconning. You're like implying that you didn't say that you hate him. Like you were like,
I
oh,
did
I
s-
thought
I
he
said
was.
that on stream.
I thought he was my friend. And
I said
then
that
he,
publicly.
Like, betrayed me with
I
the
said
dad
that
stuff.
publicly.
Like you were
I also
whining
never
for
said we were
fucking a month.
friends. I also never
You
said we
did?
were friends.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Now you're doing more lying. You said I
Nope.
thought Destiny was my friend. Yes, you did.
Show me any evidence of this. You're just making things
Yeah.
up.
A lot of this shit was in voice chats, but you also deleted all of your fucking DM logs. So why do you say that?
After you
You
leaked all
like
of our
deleted
logs.
all of our
and
fucking
after,
logs.
by the way,
I didn't
Kelly,
leak
after
all
you've
of
gone through
them.
those logs, no, shut the fuck up. After you've gone through those logs and taken screenshots, I deleted them. Yes. So, unless you just didn't want to get
took
more evidence of the thing
screenshots
you
of
were
just
claiming.
like,
hold on,
yeah, I didn't
hold on.
think I
Unless you just
needed
didn't
more
want to get
because the
more evidence of the thing you were
screenshots I had
claiming.
were
So you're
fine.
saying there's a bunch more evidence in those DMs, but you didn't want to actually go find it.
I've not checked because I think that conversation was in voice, but I can look now because you didn't delete everything. But you
go
deleted
ahead.
most things. And also, like, I can look for, like, the things that I'm responding with, even though you deleted your messages.
Just to be clear, J-Spot, the reason she said she's back is because she said there was tea. She's not here to actually apologize or take responsibility for anything.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, I never said
hold
it was
on.
my
I said
to
everything I
apologize.
said.
I
everything
find it
I've
really
ever said.
interesting
Hold
that you're
on,
the one
now,
that's
shut the fuck up
retconning
for 2
things.
seconds.
That's pretty
Everything
funny.
I've ever said about Destiny, I say to him and on stream.
That's not true.
Wanna bet?
That's a lie. Yeah.
Wanna bet?
Because I was talking to you at the time, and you said that you weren't talking to him, and you also weren't talking to other people because of the same situation.
Wait,
It
who
wasn't
else
just
wasn't I
not talking
talking
to
to?
Destiny. You said that you weren't talking to August.
I've never
You
not
told
talked
me
to
that.
August.
You did. You said I
Now,
wouldn't be
now it's
talking to him as
blatantly
much
obvious
like
you're lying
him
because
coming
there's
onto
never
the
been a
voice
point
chat.
where August and I have
What?
stopped talking. You're just blatantly
Yeah,
lying.
you said I'm not talking to. Wow, you're actually a psycho. You said this to me because you were like upset at the situation. Like August wasn't. I didn't say you banned August from coming in the Discord. You just weren't like staying up at night and talking to him anymore.
Why are you calling him a
This is just-
psycho?
these are just things
what
you
about that
literally
makes him a
said to me.
psycho?
I've
What
literally
about that
never
makes him a
ever.
lying.
fucking freak?
I've literally never ever
You're
avoided
the
a
one that
conversation with
deleted
August
all of
or
your
avoided
logs.
August in
You're
any
the
way.
one that retcons everything. Okay, so why should you be
Are you
talking to
literally reading DGG for
all of your
talking points right now?
DGG logs. No.
Wait, why did I delete
don't
my
need to.
why did I delete
You
my DGG
deleted
logs,
my
Kelly?
DM.
Hold
You're-
on, Kelly. Why did I delete my DGG logs? You know the answer to
Because
that
you don't
too,
want
right?
everyone to know you're a griper.
Oh, now you're just gonna try to pull that out? You know why I did it, because we talked about it.
What does it have to do if it's not to do with Groiper?
I told you that it was literally about, like, that I had...
Oh, man. Man, this is so good. Let's listen to that one more time.
Said I thought Destiny was my friend. Yes, you did.
Show me any evidence of this. You're just making things up.
A lot of this shit was in voice chats, but you also deleted all of your fucking DM logs, so why do you say that?
After you
You,
leaked
like,
all of our
deleted
logs.
all of our
And
fucking
after,
logs.
by the way,
I didn't
Kelly,
leak
after
all
you've
of
gone through
them.
those logs, no, shut the fuck up. After you've gone through those logs and taken screenshots, I deleted them. Yes. So, unless you just didn't want to get more evidence of the thing you were claiming.
Like,
hold on,
yeah, I didn't
hold on.
think
Unless
I
you just
needed
didn't
more
want to get
because the
more evidence of the thing you were
screenshots I had
claiming.
were
So you're
fine.
saying there was a bunch
I
more
went
evidence
back
in
a
those
little
DMs,
bit
but you
too
didn't want to
far.
actually go find it.
I've not checked because I think that conversation was in voice, but I can look now because you didn't delete everything. But you
go
deleted
ahead.
most things. And also, like, I can look for, like, the things that I'm responding with, even though you deleted your messages.
Just to be clear, J-Stock, the reason she said she's back is because she said there was tea. She's not here to actually apologize or take responsibility for anything.
I think I need to build more mills.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, yeah, I never said
hold
it was
on.
my
I said
to
everything I
apologize.
said.
I
everything
find it
I've
really
ever
interesting
said.
that
Hold
you're
on,
the one
no,
that's
shut the fuck up
retconning
for 2
things.
seconds.
That's pretty
Everything
funny.
I've ever said about Destiny, I say to him and on stream.
That's not true. That's
Wanna bet?
that's a lie. Yeah.
Wanna bet?
Because I was talking to you at the time, and you said that you weren't talking to him, and you also weren't talking to other people because of the same situation.
Wait,
It
who
wasn't
else
just
wasn't I
not talking
talking
to
to?
Destiny. You said that you weren't talking to August.
I've never
You
not
told
talked
me
to
that.
August.
You did. You said I
Now,
wouldn't be
now it's
talking to him as
blatantly
much,
obvious
like,
you're lying
even
because
coming
there's
onto the
never been a
voice
point
chat.
where August and I have
What?
stopped talking. You're just blatantly
Yeah,
lying.
you said I'm
Go
not
from
talking
Destiny
to Wow, you're
to
actually a psycho.
August.
You said this to me because you were like upset at the situation. Like August wasn't cut. I didn't say you banned August from coming in the Discord. You just weren't like staying up at night and talking to him anymore.
Why are you calling him a
This is just-
psycho?
these
what,
are just
what
things you
about that
literally
makes him a
said to me.
psycho?
I've
What
literally
about that
never
makes him a
Because he's
psycho, you
lying.
fucking freak?
I've literally never ever
You're
avoided
the
a
one that
conversation with
deleted
August
all of
or
your
avoided
logs.
August in
You're
any
the one
way.
that retcons everything. Okay, so why should you be
Are you-
talking to
are you
fucking
literally
all your
reading
logs,
DGG for
delete all
talking
your
points right now?
DGG logs? No.
Wait, why did I delete
don't
my
need to.
why did I delete
You
my DGG
deleted
logs,
my
Kelly?
DM.
Hold on,
You-
hold on, Kelly. Why did I delete my DGG logs? You know the answer to
Because
that
you don't
too,
want
right?
everyone to know you're a groiper.
Why did I delete my DGG logs? Because you don't want everyone to know you're a groiper. Okay. So he asked her a question. She responded to that with an answer.
Oh, now you're just gonna try to pull that out? You know why I did it, because we talked about it.
He brings up the initial point because he seems to think that he's trying to reference something else here.
What does it have to do if it's not to do with groiper?
What does that have to do with groiper? Oh dear. You know why I brought up those DGD logs. Yeah, because you're a secret groiper, essentially. Oh, you're gonna bring that up, are you? Hold on, what was the last thing she said? I'm sorry. I'm
Shots. I
tired.
deleted them. Yes. So, unless you just didn't
Only
want to get
took
more evidence of the thing
screenshots
you
of
were
just
claiming.
like,
Hold on.
yeah, I didn't
hold on.
think I
Unless you
needed
just
just these are just things
what
you
about that
literally
makes him a
said to me.
psycho?
I've
What
literally
about that
never
makes him a
Because he's
ever.
psycho, you
lying.
fucking freak?
I've literally never ever
You're
avoided
the
a
one that
conversation with
deleted
August
all of
or
your
avoided
logs.
August in
You're
any
the one
way.
that retcons everything. Okay, so why should
That I had shit that doxed me in there. I
the
told you
entire
this.
log server like you're deleted?
Delete
You
my DGG
deleted
logs,
my
Kelly.
DM.
Hold on,
You-
hold on, Kelly. Why did I delete my DGG logs? You know the answer to
Because
that
you don't
too,
want
right?
everyone to know you're a groiper.
Oh, now you're just gonna try to pull that out? You know why I did it, because we talked about it.
What does it have to do if it's not to do with groiper?
There we go. That's it. It's so gaslighting. It's so fucking gaslighting. You know why I deleted my logs? Because you're a groper. And then, you know, essentially, like, why did you bring up? You know the real reason why, you know, why I brought that up. What does that have to do with you being a groper? Holy shit. Even, like, thinking about it just makes no sense. It is like, it's gaslighting me. And I'm not even in the fucking conversation. That's wonderful.
I told you that it was literally about, like, that I had shit that doxed me in there. I
The
told you
entire
this.
logs of, like, your deleted, like, logs from DGG was just the groiper messages.
If J-Stock is a griper, then you're a groomer.
Kelly, you're just lying now.
You sent me your logs on, like, the notepad. The only ones that you sent me are, like, the groiper-related ones.
Yeah, the ones
want
where
me
I
to
talk shit about
post
Nick
them?
Fuentes? Yeah,
Like-
post them. Post them. No, go post them. Post them right now. Okay, don't let anybody let her get away from posting these logs, okay? Go post those logs, Kelly.
And now we're on to like her posting the logs. It's like
Me too. I
Go
could just
post those
them
logs,
to
Kelly.
you.
it's so wild.
Go post those logs.
Oh, how do I post them?
She's so good at like changing
I
the topic
downloaded
around.
them.
I swear.
They're in like a notes file.
The thing is, too, there's more evidence for Kelly being a groomer than there is for J-Stock being a groiper.
I mean, I don't know. They would. The only messages in these messages you sent me are groiper ones.
Okay. What are they? Send them to me if you want. I'll show them on stream right now. Because I've gone through these.
Yeah,
I
find
don't
them.
publish all of these messages because I don't think anybody would trust me, but I can easily publish all of my logs with the stuff redacted that I need to redact. People just wouldn't care.
I'm like 100%
I sent them,
sure
I
you didn't.
literally sent them to August, and he was like, you should post these because they're going to make people care. I'm like, no, it doesn't matter.
I'm
It's
like
all me
100%
talking shit
sure.
about Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
It's all
I'm
me
100%
saying,
sure.
oh, he's a loser.
Oh my God, I can't
I
finish
don't
a
agree with any
fucking
of his
sentence.
politics. It's a whole bunch of this shit. I literally disavow his politics constantly, and anybody who's talked to me in DGG knows that. It's just people who hate me who make that up.
Wait, J-Stock, are the logs literally
Yeah,
going to be...
all of these messages are like Fuentes related. You didn't send me like all of your DGG logs. You just sent me like the groiper related shit.
Yeah, all the... Well, what do they say?
Do you think I've sat here and read it all?
Wait,
you can send it to me, I can show it on stream.
Yeah, of course. Like, I'm just saying that's what you sent me. I don't know what this wasn't meant to be a fucking.
I'm just saying that's what you sent me. She doesn't know it's in the logs, but this is the reason why. This is the reason why he quit TGG. It's so
I don't even
trippy.
know how we're here.
Wait, you don't know how we're here.
Screaming
You said that I sound like that I was trying to hide that I'm a groiper, which you know is a meme that's been used against me in this community. That's why you said it. And now that I'm saying, oh, just post the logs, right? And now you're like, oh, it's groiper related.
Well, why did you send me an entire
You're trying to meme at this.
Can I
you
ask
know.
a fucking
Everybody can
question
literally see
or
what you
anything?
did. Everybody can literally see
you
what you
just
did.
interrupt me every time
I guarantee you, she
fucking
just went and
speak.
read some of them.
Why?
She just went and read some of
Okay,
them
why?
and realized
Can I
that they're
get
all
out
me
of-
shitting
can I
on
get out
Nick
of
or
question?
something,
Can I get out
and
of
now she doesn't want
question?
to post them.
Why? No, I can send them to you right now. I found them. Why did you only send me the fucking Fuentes related ones then? Why?
Because when I
Why
got the
didn't you
logs
just send
from
me
Cake,
all of it?
because maybe you just don't remember any of this, but when I got the logs from Cake, I was like, I wonder if I should post these, and I showed people what I was like, look, all of this shit of me like talking shit about them, or whatever. Like they're not like effusive with praise or anything.
Do you understand
whole
if you
point.
just send me a log of like messages that is only
Hey,
Fuentes
Bone.
related? That's why I'm gonna assume you had your like DGG logs deleted.
Yeah,
Like, that's not
no,
like a
I'm
fucking
glad everybody can
massive
see exactly
leap.
what happened here. I'm glad just everybody. It's so obvious.
Did I assume that's
every
why
time.
you wanted to
This is
delete
just
your
great
logs because of
content.
the things you fucking sent me? Yeah, no shit.
Are you just saying you
Bro.
said that for no reason? You didn't read any of the messages.
Well, What
I'll go
messages?
find
I
them.
can't
I
even
sent them
see
to
anything
August.
now. You fucking deleted everything.
What messages?
I'll just
The
go
messages
find
are
them.
gone.
You are like
You deleted everything.
You deleted everything. You're a psycho. You deleted everything. You wiped your logs. Also, the logs are probably just going to be
There's
you
people
saying how like,
don't fucking delete all
immigration
the
maybe got out.
I really want to just.
I did it anyway. Like they could easily just, I would just tell them, right? But people don't. And what annoys me is people just like lying, and then saying like an absence of evidence counts as evidence.
What am I
doing?
It's like,
Send me, like a
in
massive
10
text
minutes.
file.
Can she send me fucking files or no?
The thing that you sent me.
Sure.
What's to do?
Do not have internet in England? Like, what's going on?
What's up? It took
Well,
me
she
a
sent
while to
like,
figure
she sent like a
out.
massive text file.
We throw it up
Doing
on
my
the
best.
stream, or what are we
Wait,
doing?
you sent me as a message text file. alright?
Yeah, it is, it is.
I'm getting it.
Yeah, did
It's literally.
Did the mills run out of steam? What's going on over there?
How do I put this on stream?
Wait, what are we trying to get from this text file? I not really paying very well attention. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. It's literally just logs that Kelly just implied I
Of
was.
what though?
It's all of the times. It's all of the times I said
Kelly,
Fuentes
Kelly,
and DGU.
Kelly, can you point
Oh my
to?
god,
can you
that's
point
what I
logs?
just said.
can't-
That's what you
you can't
sent me.
send
That's
them
the
a-
only
an
thing you sent
essay.
me. You didn't send me any other logs. That's all I was
Well,
fucking
hold on.
saying.
She literally she asked. By the way, you asked me just so we're clear. You asked me, hey, why would people think you're a groiper? And I was like, I don't know. You're like, can I see the logs? And I sent you. I basically said, okay, I'll search Fuentes and I'll send you the logs. And then you didn't read them, and then you said, oh, you deleted all your logs that proved you're a groiper. You just didn't read them. You just based that on nothing.
What? You'd think I would sit there and read all of these fucking messages?
Last time I checked, metrics-wise, the Sneeko Fuentes content was what preceded the major blow-up. The Red Pill stuff was consistent growth. The YouTube sub-growth was the political content with Sneeko/Fuentes. Which is wrong. It was definitely the Tate plus Sneeko thing, way more than Fuentes. Fuentes was just in there. 800k plus views. So the difference in corruption. People like Hassan or Fuentes insist they'd eliminate it, but realistically they just make the corruption work for them. Are we going to pretend Fuentes with zero capital started a streaming company? Certainly nothing strange going on here. This is me calling Nick a Fwed.
What? A
Oh,
Fwed?
this was true, by the way. Oh, a Fed.
You say a Fwed?
A Fed.
What the fuck is this?
A Fwed Flintstone.
Yo, by the way,
Oh, I was
Cake
saying
pointed-
Fuentes.
Cake pointed it out, but it is 6 a.m. in England right now. So literally, like, what does Kelly do with her time?
She has a doctor's appointment in like 3 hours.
You actually, I don't have a doctor's appointment today. It's on Friday.
It's me calling
sorry.
Fuentes a lunatic.
By all means, feel free to turn up. I'm sure that
referencing a
fucking
clip.
hospital
I'll be
security
there,
will
Okay,
Kelly.
this one's not as
I'll
good.
meet
This
you
one's
outside.
a little less good. Okay, Fuentes stays winning. I don't know how that happened. Okay, I don't know how that happened.
Just come Bing chill with me and the hematologist. It'd be great.
Oh, Destiny did just give up on Sneeko. That's true. Massive platform provides access to a young, impressionable audience. Couldn't disagree more that Fuentes has nothing to offer. Oh, young
Kelly,
people,
are you getting?
yes.
Wait, hold on, Jessica. Kelly, are you getting ready to apologize? Because what are these logs supposed to show?
Apologize about what? I don't know why he's going over
That's
these
it,
logs.
that's
I'm just
what
saying
we'll-
that the
we'll-
only
You didn't
thing you
accusation,
said.
you
them
dumb
up.
bitch. What are you talking
You
about?
brought them up.
Yes, but you're ignoring the context of what I was saying. I'm saying the only logs he sent me were things relating to Fuentes. There
We
wasn't, like, a
honestly
big
don't know what
point
you're
there.
saying. No, honestly, nobody has right now a
Yeah,
clue
maybe
what's going
because
on.
people kept screaming over each other, so nobody knows what anyone's talking about. If you want to have
This
a
has-
if you want to have a proper conversation, maybe you
Why would I have
Oh,
a proper
babes.
conversation with
Fucking
a person who
listen.
says they eat fucking
Well,
abortion
then
soup?
just
Well,
admit that you
real
want to
quick.
scream insults back and forth, and we'll stick
is-
with that.
this is a
then,
good
won't
one,
you,
real quick.
Genius.
I don't agree with a single iota of Fuentes' 2016 to
I feel like
2020
I'm talking
rhetoric.
to J.K.
He's made
Rowling.
massive shifts. Oh, this is when I was talking to Destiny about the shifts he'd made. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, all of the anti-Semitism stuff I didn't agree with. There was a little while where he moderated his rhetoric and he got populist, and I thought he was making good points.
Okay.
But this is mostly around immigration stuff. Which, by the way, I do agree with some of the stuff that was said on the stream today. I think immigration is a very tricky issue. Anyway.
Wait.
Yeah, I really love it when people outside the UK talk about our immigration, especially people that are banned from being in the fucking UK.
Weren't we literally... Hold on.
Love it when Lawrence Sullivan breathes in our direction.
Dracula, you know what? Maybe I should unban you from the Discord. Hold on. Maybe
Bring back Evil Fossil to
Aw.
Kelly. Bring back Evil Fossil to deal with Kelly.
I think he was posting like some pretty sketchy shit, but you know what? I'll unban this guy.
Wait, I'm sorry, J-Stock, but what was what you said about Evil Fossil, that like he's good to his dog?
Oh, so he's not a schizo? Oh no, I didn't think he's dangerous. I don't think he's like dangerous to people, because he's like I thought his dog, like if he was somebody who blew up, I think his dog would have been scared of him. Do you disagree with that?
I mean, no, I mean that's, I mean, I don't, honestly, I don't know.
Good point.
I mean, I
just thought his dog would be like scared of him if he was like a complete schizo, which yeah, it's totally true.
I mean,
if he's like dangerous.
Maybe he's like a Dr. Doolittle type.
Yeah, revoked ban on Dracula. Good enough.
What did Dracula say to Kelly?
Who?
Dracula.
Josh, I never said I was a Fuentes viewer primarily. I was literally never, ever, ever a Fuentes viewer primarily. Never said that. Never will say that.
It'll be kind of cringe if you're Fuentes view, if you know, watching Fuentes. But you know, it's kind of cringe if you ask me. I mean, I mean, he's a funny guy. He should have been a comedian. He'd been a great fucking comedian. Don't know about politics though. I don't know about politics.
I don't know. I don't know what the point was. The point
What are
was
these fucking logs?
we just get a loop on whether people apologise. Like, I don't see the point because I'm not sorry.
Why can't you just be in person? Why can't you just apologize?
Oh, these are me right
Oh,
now.
Nico Sam, do you apologise often?
Yeah, I do actually.
Like when?
What kind of a
You
question was
apologized to
that?
Justical a couple of weeks ago.
I apologize.
I gave an example of apologising
Destiny.
when I felt it as well. I just don't.
Okay,
feel it
have
as
you
innocent.
ever felt it in your life to apologize? Ever?
Yes, I literally just gave you an example earlier.
When?
I said to Destiny, I apologised.
About what? What did you apologize to Destiny for?
Were you not listening to the entire conversation? Do I have to repeat everything like you have?
Just
outside?
repeat. Just yeah,
Say it
just
real
repeat
quick.
it. Just repeat it. Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah, it was about the Nathan stuff.
Oh, okay. And what did you apologize for? What did you say?
I said I am really sorry. He says he doesn't care. It was that.
What are you sorry for, man? What the fuck is wrong with you? What are
I
you
don't
sorry
know. What does
for?
it have to do with you? I was genuinely
Oh my
sorry.
God.
I said sorry.
Okay.
He said he didn't care.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
What more do you
Okay.
want?
Honestly, man, I don't know what to say. I mean, this is like, I don't know.
Not good, Kelly.
Oh my god, man. You're just spurging because you want to like try and pull information out.
He needs to ask her hyper-autistically right now. What was the action that you did that made you want to apologize to Destiny? Now, if you asked her this, she would flounder. And she couldn't give you a response. She won't admit to, like, fault on that level.
Fuck off.
I'm literally asking you to just say, what did you apologize for?
Yeah, and why are you asking?
Because I asked you if you've ever genuinely apologized for anything you've done in your life, and you said, yes, I did, to Destiny.
Yes, and I said sorry. So what
Yeah, for
more
what?
do you need
What did you
to know
say
that
sorry
it's
for?
genuine?
What did you do?
Hey, what'd you do?
Yeah, this is what I mean. You want me to like try and like incriminate myself in some way, and you can
Oh
fuck
my
off.
god, man. You're not fucking David
This
Irving,
is
man.
like
you apologize for something, tell us what you apologized for. Her response is, I'm not going to self-incriminate. Oh, it's all there. It's all there. She can't even explain what she's apologizing. Oh, it's all right there. It's wild.
No, you're just trying to like
Jesus Christ.
dig in and like pick apart my apology because whatever I say
this
won't
isn't
be the
fucking
correct
court, okay? We're
reason
not
for
arguing in front of fucking
apologizing, and you-
SCOTUS. What did you apologize for?
And hold on, what do you mean about
don't have to
incriminate?
I feel as if like she kind of labeled at a correct point like that. The internet does kind of, you know, is unforgiving like this. There is nothing she could say which would be like the correct thing for apologizing for or a gotcha. I feel as if, you know, what she says, I feel as if you know, what you could say to that is, no, what was the action you did that you felt that you regretted so much that you apologize for? And then when she says that, when she follows up with that, you'd be like, no, I just in your opinion, and opinions can't be wrong, what was the action that you did to apologize? She'll never apologize for it, ever. Well, she did, but she won't tell you why.
My fucking apology.
It was there. They've got some wild
Bro thinks
theories.
she's David Irving. Man,
Wild
what did you
theories.
I
apologize?
just
It's
don't
really
think you're a
simple.
moral arbiter of anything, so I don't have to speak
Nobody
to you.
cares about moral. Man, nobody. Listen, bro. You can talk all the shit you want. Fucking talking about eating abortion soup to a lady that had a miscarriage. Like, stop, please. Don't play this game with me.
And I will if she provokes me.
What-
I don't give
what
a shit.
did you-
She
what
says
did
a bunch of
you-
shit to me.
Kelly,
and I
she
reach
Carrie
out
took your
and
job, by the
fight
way.
for
How do you feel about
What?
that, Kelly?
Yeah, how do you feel
Carrie
about a
took your
black
job.
woman taking your job?
Yeah, she took your job.
I mean, good for
Principal's
her.
co-host.
What is that called? Like the something higher? Diversity
Oh,
hire?
okay. So now you're saying she's a DEI hire?
You're
Okay.
unemployed.
Yeah, there you go. Good for Cherry. Well, it would be if she was still here, I suppose.
Okay. What did you? So Kelly, what did you apologize for?
Nothing to do with you. It's got fuck all to do with you, Nico.
That's not an answer. What did you apologize for?
Yeah, it's because I don't owe you anything.
I'm not asking for my. You think I care? You think I have like a lockbox
Well,
where
if
I
you
put
don't
my
care,
Kelly like
then
apology
stop
notes?
asking me.
What did you? I asked you a question and you said yes. I have apologized before. Okay, so
Yeah,
what did you
I did
apologize
apologize.
for? Yeah, for what? What did you
To do
do?
with you, Nico-san.
Were you inappropriate
And I've said
in
that
that
3
Discord, Kelly?
times.
No, but what did you do?
Again, I don't owe you shit, Nico-san. If you say you don't care, why do you?
Wow, this is it's honestly, it's not even like fun. It's just like a terrible, like fucking, like it's stupid. Like there's nothing.
Yeah,
there's
because
nothing
I'm
here.
not interested in you trying to pick apart a fucking
Kelly,
apology.
you're losing to
It's
Nico
not-
Sam right
You're-
now. It's
It's
over.
not that you're interested. You honestly, I think you
Nico-san
don't
was
even
never there to
understand what
win,
you're
and I do
doing.
not care.
Nico Sam is winning right now. You have lost.
Do I give a shit? Like, why
Yes,
would I care?
yes, you do.
I
You
come
do.
in here knowing that I'm losing because it's
The Tony guy's
not
great.
because
You do care.
That's
care
not
about
true.
You do
You
care.
come in here because you seek the attention. That's why you come here.
No, I came in here for
Yes.
tea, and then Tony
No,
kept
bullshit,
bothering me to come in
bullshit.
here.
When she said she came in here for tea, I'm pretty sure she got ambushed. One of these guys told her that I'm fair. I don't know. I think this is what happened. Don't quote me on it. I'm pretty sure one of them told him that Cherry, the one she got into a fight with, had left the show, and so she came right back and jumped on stream right after.
You didn't come here for tea. If you came here for tea, then why would you stay for so long?
Because I was arguing with people in general chat. It was funny.
Yeah, because you want the attention.
Right, so when you argue with me, it's because it's funny, but when I argue with you, it's for attention.
When I argue with you, it's because I genuinely think
Right,
you're a piece
brilliant.
of shit person. That's why I argue with you.
So it's not because you think it's funny. Like, people are saying because it's funny.
I think that's a
obviously
byproduct of it, but I also do think you're just like a terrible person.
I think you're a terrible person too. Like, mutually, congratulations.
That's fine. I don't care. You literally know nothing
don't
about me,
care
and
that
you
you think
never
I'm a
will.
bad person. You don't know
Because
anything
unlike-
about me either.
I do. I
we know
can
a
actually
lot about
quite
you.
a
You
lot.
live a ton of your life on the internet. You live more of your life on the internet than you probably live in the real world, Kelly. We see tons of your behavior all the time, and it is dog shit behavior. You
Literally
can't
haven't been
possibly
here in
spend
nearly
most of your
2
time
months,
interacting
and you're
with
still
people
like,
on the internet, right? You can't
You got
possibly
eyes
spend
on
most of
you.
your time interacting with people on the internet, and knowingly, yourself, you will say, I am a piece of shit on the internet. And that's like 95% of your human interaction. That just makes you a bad person. You understand that, right? You understand that, right? If 95% of your talking to other people is on the internet, and it is, and you're a piece of shit intentionally, you are a bad person. Yes.
Right. Do you think that 95... Okay, so let's say that I do spend 95% of my time online. Do you think 95% of my time is spent being a piece of shit?
I'll go 60%.
95% of the time is spent being a shit. She's like trying to get into the weeds with them as to like, you know, how she spends her time online. Oh my goodness.
60%.
So you're saying that the 95% of the time that I was here on your stream for 6 months, I was being a piece of shit the entire time. So why did you have me here then?
Because
if you're such a good person, why do you have that?
man.
So you don't really care about people being a piece of shit. So maybe you're a piece of shit as well.
I love.
Oof. Oof.
I love when people are pieces of shit on my stream. It's really good content.
Oh, and he owns it like a champ. There we go.
Why are we all trying to fucking morally judge each other then? It sounds stupid.
I'm just saying, no, you could say I'm a bad person too. Fair enough.
But then what's the point? If we're all sitting here saying we all agree that we're all bad people, what does it mean? Nothing.
Actually, no, JSOC, don't even fucking play down to that level, because unlike her, other people can take responsibility for their actions. She can never take any fucking responsibility for any action.
Well, I know, obviously, okay? I have like one topic that I told her, I was probably personal with her on 2 topics. It was the Nazi thing that upset me, and then the Destiny thing that upset me. She's tried to use both against me. She weaponized both against me. I've never once weaponized one of her traumas against her, one of the things she's been personal about against her. I've never done it. So I'm not a piece of shit like she's a piece of shit.
You're implying that I just randomly one day decided to weaponize something against you.
You actually did. You actually did do it.
That's an
No, you
incredibly
didn't. Hold on. You didn't randomly do it, Kelly.
events.
You didn't randomly do it. You embarrassed yourself on my stream, and then to try to get some control of the situation, you went to Destiny's stream thinking he'd take your side, and you embarrassed yourself again.
What are you on about?
Kelly,
you didn't
okay,
do anything on
firstly,
your
again, this
stream?
retelling isn't even accurate, okay?
Oh my God, yeah. Everyone else is
can I
crazy.
finish
You're
a
not
fucking
crazy.
sentence? I'll just fuck off if you want
All
me
you
to
do is
speak.
yap. All you do is yap.
Yes,
That's
I
all you
can't
do.
fucking get an entire fucking sentence out because you won't shut up fucking interrupting me. The time that I left this Discord, I hadn't actually done anything. Cherry was upset over nothing. It was like a full thread on Reddit. Yes, I didn't do anything in that stream. I didn't embarrass myself on that stream where I left the Discord. That was like a week after. Yes?
Yeah.
And I said
Hold
to
on,
you
but
in
you were
private,
seething for
I
a
don't want to
week.
be here anymore.
You were seething because
What?
Jistical...
How was I seething? Seething about
Because
what?
Jistical didn't defend you like the dumb dog that he always used to do. He always defend you
Okay,
over the
no.
dumbest shit.
I was
Jistical,
mad at
you. Were
you.
a pussy over
Okay,
that shit.
you want to know why I was actually mad at? On a personal level, I was mad that everyone sat around in silence where Cherry said a bunch of shit about my health problems. Yeah?
Bro, on a personal level, those logs did not exonerate me as hard as I thought they would.
Okay, brilliant. That was it.
Yeah, the
Am I
one time he
missing?
didn't defend you.
Wait, am I
Nothing to do
missing?
with defending, really.
Tony,
Like, you didn't have to defend me to be like, yeah, maybe this is kind of like fucked up to say.
He pretty much stayed out of it, and that like twisted you up.
Yeah, if someone sits there in silence and then
okay,
whines
you're
that I'm
good.
a shit friend to them afterwards, then yeah, I'm gonna think that they're a retard. Like, you were a shit friend to me first, I don't care. You were too, like, wrapped up in Baldur's Gate dumbass drama to be paying attention to the shit she was saying.
So just one time he does defend you, you fucking lose it. You send all these screenshots out to death.
I mean, it may be the case that she felt aggrieved by all this. It may be the case that, you know, she felt hard done by, that when Cherry was, like, having a go at her, that people didn't stand up for her. Okay. Alright. So what? You just lose it and go fully sicko mode. You start like, you know, you just drop everything. You know, listen, all right. You dive head first into the mud pit, okay, and then you roll around like a pig. You roll around like a hog, in neck deep in fucking filth, where it's like, you know, calling them saying every single thing under the sun to try and, you know, hurt them because you felt hurt. It's wild. And even so, right? Even so, she's like, this is all to avoid taking some semblance of responsibility for how she acted. All of this is a deviation on the fact that she doesn't want to apologize for the way she acted to Cherry and for what she did to JSTLK. Now, to me, right, the Cherry stuff was, you know, Kelly really went in, she went hard, but the personal betrayal to Gisticle? Wow. Well, I don't know. Gisticle went up. He cleaned up all of her messes, essentially. He was incredibly fair to her when she's not fair to anyone, including him. She's... I don't know. It was like, okay. You want me to apologize for something I don't feel I'm in the wrong for. So I'm going to go and try and destroy the streaming platform for you. Because that's essentially what she tried to do. She tried to sabotage his career. Well, not his career. He's like, he's got, apparently he's, you know, in tech somehow. And he's got a really profitable job. You know, he had a really profitable job before becoming a streamer, right? And in Kelly's credit, her being like a crazy, manic, like, I don't know about manic, but like just a crazy unhinged person, really, it really helped his stream. Having someone who's like, you know, constantly willing to go off on people and act unhinged, makes for good content, as you can see. So, you know, he did play into this, but, you know, but I guess sort of like the stuff between her and Sherry, it's like, wow, you know, you went low. Okay, but to be fair, it's Kelly Jean, and, you know, it's some level of, to me, this is just like, this is her behavior, you know, across the board. I mean, she was particularly unhinged at that point, but it's not outside the realm of reason. And personal betrayal. Wow.
That's
No, it wasn't just that.
It was 2 times. It was 2 times, apparently.
And it wasn't just that. That was the catalyst of it. If you want me to, like, explain all of my feelings in depth, we're going to be here for a fucking while.
Go ahead,
I haven't really thought about half of them myself.
Listen, I got all night. Kelly. Explain.
Fuck me.
Make it make sense.
I've already spoken about these things to you before.
Okay,
Like, I just repeated myself for like the 5th time.
To be clear, for a whole bunch of this time, you would send me at least like 50 messages in a row that I couldn't possibly go through and like feel normal about. So like you constantly would DM me 1,000 different things.
50 messages in a
and I
row?
would just... Yeah, you would send me massive paragraphs. You did it to
I mean,
August.
it looks like that now because you've deleted all of your fucking replies.
Oh my god, the same fucking talking point. Oh my god.
Are you implying like I've written you like extensive essays? It's not even true.
Why are you implying you haven't? I can pull. Do you want me to pull up the fucking? Hold on.
Oh boy.
You think it's fair to pull up things where you deleted all of your responses?
What? Why can't you just admit just one fucking single thing that you did wrong? Like nothing you did is wrong here. Why can't you just say at least, you know what, I did this wrong?
Shut up, Nico.
Kelly made like an entire fucking document of shit of like just over the Cherry thing. She was just seething about it. She made a fucking 5-page document going over timestamps of the whole VOD to prove that she was right.
Yes, because I had to keep telling you over and over again what you had said is wrong. This wasn't messages that I wrote to you. This was just a doc that I wrote all of the fucking details into.
Uh-huh. This is your doc justifying saying that Cherry having like throwing Cherry's her miscarriage in her face was good. Because apparently, because of the erythromyalgia, you could apparently get shit amputated, even though you don't have symptoms that bad. It was,
How the fuck do you know?
It's good shit.
I have fucking ketamine and lidocaine infusions. Do you think that's good?
I don't think it's anywhere near amputation, no.
How the fuck would you know?
Because you would have bigger problems than coming here.
How
and
do
writing up
you
this whole
know?
doc.
So you don't know. Brilliant.
I don't know. I can infer
Simple
from the
mind.
fact that you had time to write out this whole doc.
So the reason that I wrote a doc is the reason that you know that I wouldn't want amputate. What does that mean?
I'm saying you understand that if you had symptoms that were that bad, you would probably not be on the internet doing a whole bunch of shit, right? You would
Are
be
you
running around
stupid?
keeping
People
score
that
in
are
all
in-
these different fucking chat rooms.
People that are in pain do things to take their minds off it. Or do you think we just like sit around like crippled in bed 24/7?
I'm saying that you didn't have that level of pain or that level of symptoms.
You don't know
Are you
that, and I
arguing
wouldn't
that
be
you do?
getting.
Wait. Are you arguing that you do? Just argue that you do.
It's
Super easy.
incredibly
What, Nick?
painful. Yes.
Like you are bordering.
Especially
You have
in
talked to your
the
doctor
evening.
about amputation. You have talked to your doctor about amputation.
I don't want to have anything amputated, so no. I'm doing like all of the treatments that they give me, obviously.
Okay.
But anything that's like nerve vascular pain is not something you can just take a normal painkiller for. It doesn't work.
Nick, I gotta talk to you about if you're gonna do a video on the Mr. T Lexify stuff, you gotta use my dramatic reading.
Give us just a moment. I gotta.
Bro, my dramatic reading was peak.
I
dude.
fucking mog you. I mog you so hard. You need to go watch it, okay? I'll send you a link, and if you still think you're better, then that's fine. I'll accept it. I asked you for a clip, by the way, and you didn't send me one.
I'm
Fuck.
sorry. Wait,
There's
I
Enderall.
joined the stream and
There's
all of a
Enderall,
sudden,
yes.
all I'm hearing is there's a medical thing happening. Somebody's getting something amputated or something. Kelly, congratulations on the transition.
Thanks.
What's up? What are you guys doing?
I mean, is that your argument? You just doubt that I'm in pain.
You're not doing much
severity
about
of
it.
Nicholas.
What do you mean I'm not doing much about
It's
it?
good to have you here.
Hello.
Tell me, what else do you
For
think
the
I
first
can
time we're meeting,
do
isn't
other
it?
than what I'm doing?
What the fuck is that?
What are you
talking over
doing?
me?
Let's get back on topic. Just go stop playing games.
Is that Jordan?
Hold on. No. I had the pitch too high. Hold on, I fixed it. We're back. We're so fucking back, okay? Nicholas, welcome.
Holy-
I thought I was talking to a chipmunk. Okay, there we go. Hello. Where did you get this?
It's
Is
better,
this
we got it
voice
now.
changer thing new? Is this AI?
Hey, say let's fucking go.
This
Say
is
let's
what you
fucking
use
go.
to read the tipster shit? Let's fucking go.
It's funny, 'cause I can still hear your voice peeking through just a little bit.
We done. Can I
It's
leave?
not perfect, Nicholas. It's not perfect. No, Kelly, we're not done yet. I've heard that you
Whoa, that
suspect I'm a
sounded
drugger,
really
Kelly. And I think this is unacceptable, okay? Show me one time where I've said anything even remotely
Who
anti-Semitic.
would ever get that idea?
Dude, guys like my name is not Jew Stalker, and then he uses this voice. That's insane.
Yeah, you're not helping yourself out, just go.
Oh my god, the laugh is
Sometimes you
perfect
just have
too.
to- listen, sometimes you just have to lean into the memes, Tony. You just have to lean in, okay?
I got you.
Yeah, this is nothing we can do about it now.
You're making a mockery of this very serious conversation with Kelly Jean, just to go.
Am I making a mockery of this very serious conversation? I
Yes,
disagree.
you are.
I agree with chat. I'm cucking content. To be honest, I saw you guys in the chat, and I totally forgot that Kelly Jean and Jay Stock weren't friends anymore. I did not realize I was jumping in the middle of a debate. So my bad. I'll pop in another time.
I mean, if Nico Sam's
get
here,
the
you
fuck
might
out
as
of here,
well be.
Nicholas.
This isn't a debate. This is a mudslide. This isn't a debate.
I mean, you're welcome for the views, obviously.
Well, that's why you're here, because you want the views too. We all know you like the views.
The person who
It's just a
took your
byproduct
job
of me
gets
being
good views,
incredibly
too.
good content.
Jerry gets good views too. The person that took your job.
Yeah, the DEI
That's not
hire, like you
left.
said.
Okay.
On
Oh
vacation.
wait. Oh shit. Oh shit. Did that not come through the stream? Did I not reset the mic correctly? Oh fuck me. Sorry guys. Unfortunate for you guys on the stream. You didn't get a chance to hear it. It was the Fuentes voice.
Bruh.
Oh you.
Wait,
Oh no,
I
you
think-
heard it. Okay.
Yeah, they heard it. Yeah, they heard it.
Right, the pool.
Okay, it worked. Good. Good.
Goodness.
Okay, well, I guess there's no Kelly.
Why is everyone always so desperate to make me apologize? You don't see me going around desperately making other people apologize.
You're like a piece of shit to other people, and that's what you do if you want to continue having relationships or interacting with those people in any way.
So because I don't want to apologize to you, that means I'm a piece of shit to just everybody.
Or
That's
to Cherry
nonsense.
for being a complete piece of shit to her.
She was a cunt to me and says that she doesn't give a shit about
But
like
you know
my
what?
health
You should
issues,
go
so I don't
apologize to the
give
guy
a
who
shit
brought you on stream to
about
humiliate
hers.
you. Go apologize to him. For whatever reason.
Just
I think
be
this is
nice.
the
Again,
thing,
he
actually.
didn't- again,
August actually
he didn't
enlightened me, okay?
bring me on the street.
I wasn't enough of a misogynist before, okay?
The way
August
that you're
enlightened
saying
me.
it, okay, no,
As soon
what
as
I
I
want
was
to point
nice,
out is
as soon as I was nice
that is
to,
you
to
projecting
women,
how
they will
you
stab
think
me in the
about
back,
destiny.
okay? I just have to be
on
mean
me.
to everybody. I just have to be mean to everybody. That's what I have to do.
True.
You
Index
like
to
project
0. Okay.
how you feel about destiny and how like you have like these deep-seated like you think that he's the type of person that would bring someone on to humiliate them intentionally in like some kind of evil
hold on.
Machiavellian
Tony.
way.
Tony,
What's up? What up?
Hold on. Not evil Machiavellian way, just to be clear. But
He
absolutely
doesn't bring
knowing
me on,
exactly,
and I could have left at any
knowing
point because I
exactly,
joined of
knowing
my own
exactly what you were
violation.
going to do, knowing exactly what you were going to do. That's why he let you come on, because he wanted to point out all of your manipulation tactics, that you're a liar. That's what he wanted
He's
to do.
done that before. He likes doing that. He's called me
Yes.
abusive before. This isn't
hold
new.
on. So which part of me saying he wanted you on there to humiliate you was confusing?
Because he didn't want me, he didn't bring me on, want me there. It's like he's fine with anyone being there. It's not like he specifically made me come on. The way that you're like saying it is like he orchestrated it to like humiliate me on purpose. That's bizarre.
No.
I humiliated
no.
myself.
I don't want to make it seem like that.
If I
want to
was
say that when you
humiliated,
when you
then I
messaged
did it
him,
to myself.
when you messaged him and brought this up, he was probably ecstatic knowing that you were going to come on and humiliate yourself. Yes.
Yes, but okay, so now you've changed it. Now you said, oh, actually, Kelly,
Sure.
you did
Yeah,
humiliate
no.
yourself.
I'm sorry that I said that he brought you on. He let you come on because he knew you were going to humiliate yourself.
There's a big yes, and I agree. Like, there's a big difference between me
Okay,
humiliating
perfect.
myself,
There we go.
okay, and a big difference between like him like orchestrating
Just to be clear,
it
I
and,
always
like,
said
making it happen.
always said that you were humiliating yourself.
No, you didn't.
I said he
nailed on
wanted
you.
you to bring you on to humiliate yourself. Now I've changed it to he allowed you on to humiliate yourself.
You know that you've changed. By doing this, you've changed the emphasis of what you're saying.
I just said I
Yeah,
changed
okay,
it.
well
to,
that
he
was
allowed
what I
you
had
on to
an
humiliate
issue
yourself.
with. That's what I literally had an issue with that part. It's like you're making an implication about him. Because the original complaint was that I apologized to him despite this terrible thing that he did to me, but he didn't do a terrible.
I know it's like, I don't know if anyone's watching for this. I know it's real bad because my efficiency drops like a ton to like switch it out like this. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Fuck. I just want the upgrades. I want the upgrades so bad.
Thing to me. He just had a stream and I went and
Hold on,
spoke for
hold
6
on.
hours.
Would you
and it was
allow
funny.
one of your friends to come on and spiral and embarrass themselves in front of hundreds of thousands of people? When you know they're
He
spiraling?
literally.
And
Okay,
by the way,
it's my
when he brought you on,
responsibility. Like,
he
what
knew,
are you talking
he
about? I'm not
knew
like
he
a
was going to call you a
retarded
manipulative
child.
liar. He knew he was going to call you a manipulative liar.
I don't
He's
know
done
about
it
this.
before, sure.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. And that's the person who you're like, you know what? I need to apologize.
Yes, because I don't need someone to like kiss my ass for me to like them as a person.
I'm just saying, I should have actually, pointed out all of your manipulative behaviors as we went along. You would have actually respected me. You might have actually apologized.
You are insane, because none of those things are related to why I don't like you.
I thought you did like me. You said you didn't have any problem.
Did,
You didn't
but I
dislike
don't
me.
anymore.
As of like today?
Because he wouldn't defend you like a dumb dog.
Because as of like a week ago,
This-
you were saying, no,
okay.
I have no problem with him.
Yeah, I don't. But that doesn't mean I like you. There's a lot of people that I don't
Well,
have
keep
any
fighting
issue
it-
with that I
keep
don't
fighting in the
necessarily
semantics,
like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep
liking
just being
means
as
I have an
pedantic as you
affinity
can
to
so that you
somebody.
can have an argument about nothing
Not
instead
pedantic,
of your
you
behavior.
retard.
No,
Are there not
I mean,
people
you just
that you, like,
drilled down on something
dislike but have
pedantic
no
again,
issue
so you could
with?
avoid the actual meat of the argument. The fact that
What
you
is
are
that, then?
apparently,
What is the
when you go and
meat?
apologize, it's that you're going
Fucking
to
give the
apologize to somebody
vegetarian
who
the
clearly
meat. What is
doesn't
your
like you, who
point?
clearly isn't your friend, who clearly wants very much nothing to do with
This is what I mean. This is what I mean when you say that.
Okay,
That
which
is
part
weird.
of that do you disagree with?
You're not Destiny. You're not inside of his mind. Like, why are you
I'm sorry.
saying those things?
You're right. I am projecting that if I were to do that to somebody, it would be because I don't like them. That's
And why
I
are
would
you
do
projecting that? That's because you don't think he's a good person. Because you said all of the same things that you're saying about that he does
No.
to me that hit to you.
that. No, I didn't.
That's what you think he's like, and that's why
Nope.
you think he's a shit person.
Just
you said
all we have to
these
do is we can
things.
just pull up the screenshots. That's not what I said, because I don't think that about him. I'm super specific about what I think about Destiny.
We only have one screenshot, and that's the only one that I could get before you like deleted everything.
You took all these screenshots before I deleted everything, Kelly. You
I
literally
only
said
took
to
a
me,
couple. I didn't.
I saw that you're deleting this. Don't worry, I already
You
have
can
the
show
screenshots.
the
You
ones
said
that
it
I
to me.
have.
You literally
Yeah,
said it
I
to
didn't
me.
screenshot everything. I didn't think I needed like to screenshot every instance. I thought that was enough. Because it is enough, to be honest. Because it was the most recent messages. Like, they were days before that stream of you saying that you don't think he's a good person.
Okay. Do you want to go in? By the way, Kelly, do you want to go into why I wouldn't think he's a good person?
If you want to. I know
Because
the
that's the other
example of
thing.
when we were
Hold on,
talking
but
about cheating.
that's the other thing. Is the fucked up thing here. Is if I wanted to defend myself, I'd have to go into those things. So you did this knowing that I wouldn't be able to go and defend myself.
Why can't you defend yourself? What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Alright.
You could just message me if you want.
No, I'm good. Why the fuck would I trust you with anything private?
Oh, you fucking whiny bitch.
What the fuck?
I think you're a massive retconner, and that's proven by the fact that you like to just
What
delete
the
everything,
fuck
and
is
then
a
you like
retconner?
to
Show me-
pretend
Show me
anything that I
any of
don't
the
have
streams.
evidence for.
Show me
never
any
have.
of the streams. Show me any of the streams where I'm the person getting exposed for being a completely manipulative liar. I think it's happened to you on multiple occasions.
Okay, so I want to point out that the lying that I was doing in that stream was what he thought about my feelings towards things. I didn't lie about
Because
anything
your feelings
like,
don't match with your
important.
actions for any reasonable actor anywhere in the world.
Did you ever like consider that maybe I hadn't sat there and thought deeply about my mixed feelings on things? Is that
You
like a
never do.
possibility for anybody?
No.
Like all of these questions that I was
No.
being asked,
Yeah, you're right.
I'm telling you
were just things
that
I'd never fucking thought
you
about.
shared these with people, you shared these thoughts with people other than me, and they all told you, hey, no, I think that's really unreasonable,
That has
Kelly. That's
nothing to
probably
do
not
with what I'm
true."
talking
No,
about.
hold on. You know, Kelly's right. We should have
Literally
realized she
nothing.
never thinks anything through. I apologize for that.
I mean, honestly, partly true, but that's
Yeah.
not like a big issue. It's more
You
like
take-
if
you
someone's
take
asking me a
responsibility
bunch
for that or
of
no?
questions, well,
You're
being
right.
You take
impulsive,
responsibility?
obviously,
No,
yes.
you're right.
Come here, George.
She's literally
Okay, so-
admitting
Is it
that she
not?
didn't think through
Is
it.
it?
She didn't think through it. She just acted harshly in a way that completely fucked me. She was trying to fuck me over, and she won't go. You know what? I'll apologize.
Is it quite not literally like taking responsibility to say that, like, if I was humiliated, it was like me doing it to myself? I think that's like, you can't like get more than that.
Wait.
It's like you guys like scream at me about me not taking
I think
responsibility.
we made it very clear.
I don't know
it was made
what it
very
is you
clear in
want
that
to take
stream that the reason you went down that
responsibility
way,
for.
the reason you did that, was to try to hurt me. That was the goal of what you were doing.
I mean,
You
I
admitted
said
it on that stream.
Yes, I did. Didn't I say at least twice I was being
So
spiteful
you
or
lied
something?
and
I don't
didn't think
know.
through things and took actions to hurt me. Is that not something you would apologize for?
Well, what would be the point of apologizing if I don't like care about you?
Because you
anymore?
took
What am I
actions, negative
apologizing
actions, to
for?
explicitly try to harm somebody for something that you said you didn't think through. If you said I didn't, if you You went, oh, did you guys ever think that I didn't think through all of it? Okay, yeah, maybe. But then why
But
wouldn't
you
say,
also
like, the whole
knew
reason?
that.
Hold on, the whole reason you say I didn't
You
think
knew
through
I
it
was
would
angry,
be because you did something
and you
wrong.
blocked me and told
you wouldn't
me
say
to
I
leak
didn't think
stuff,
through it
and then
if you
you
did
leaked
stuff what you wanted
my
to do,
stuff.
right? Hold on.
You
If
literally
you did,
provoked me
by
by
the way,
leaking my shit
you
first,
already
and
lost
then you
this
just
argument.
like casually
You already
forget
lost this argument. Why are you
Wasn't
going back to this
losing an
argument? Did you
argument.
actually forget that you already lost this argument? I leaked
You
that you
losing it,
threatened
losing
me
an argument.
and said I'm going to leak all of
Losing
your
an
shit.
argument.
All I
Wasn't
did
an
was
argument
say,
to lose.
literally.
Yeah, when you leak
Literally,
my
you
stuff,
threatened
it's
you
based
threatened to rape
and
me.
funny.
You threatened to rape me, and I listen. I leaked to the cops.
You fucking retard.
Right? You threatened to rape me,
What's
and
it
I
with
leaked to
you
the
and
cops.
rape analogies?
You threatened to rape me.
why?
I leaked to the cops.
You reverse
Sorry,
I
Kelly.
got fucking PTSD from the thought of that fucking rape analogy. Bad enough.
That's what happened, right? All I
No,
said was,
that's not what
she's
happened.
blackmailing me right now. I don't know why she's doing that. Fuck you, I don't negotiate with
Considering,
terrorists.
like, you cried about blackmail for a month, I feel like you could have had a little bit more empathy, but you didn't. You decided
Do you
to
wanna go
provoke
through-
me.
do you wanna go through
You
this?
leaked my shit, you provoked me,
Do you
you
wanna-
blocked
do you
me,
wanna
and
go
then
through
you
this?
cried that I leaked your
Hold
shit
on, Kelly.
too.
Okay,
It's
so
like,
you're
what the
admitting, so
fuck?
you're saying you, it's good that you did this. Because you were just defending
not
a little while
saying
ago.
it's
Oh, did you not
good.
think I didn't think through this? Did you do
Did
what
I
you wanted
say
to do,
it's
or did you not
good?
do what you wanted to
No,
do?
I didn't say it was good. I just said I was provoked.
You're trying. You're appealing to this ambiguity again. Oh, I didn't say it was good. I didn't say it was bad. I didn't say anything. Shut the fuck up. It's not what the argument's about.
If we're arguing about who is good, does anyone look good in this fucking situation?
Yeah, not you.
I mean, obviously not me, but
everybody
nobody
but you.
does, do they? Right, you look good. No.
I've got 1,000 viewers in KCIP. I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and who is that from?
Yeah. Listen, a lot of people want me to actually talk to you, like I should have talked to you the entire time we streamed together. I treated with you with kid gloves. I helped you out so many times.
No,
And then
you're
the second I
downplaying
don't
it.
take your
Oh my
side,
God.
the second I
I
don't
helped
take your
you
side,
out.
you immediately
Bitch,
stab
who
me
was
in the back.
helping out who?
You
You were her
immediately
bitch.
stabbed me in the back.
You were her
You
bitch.
immediately
Justical.
stabbed
Say
me in the back.
That you were her bitch. Say it.
I don't want to say
Say
it that
you were
way,
a little
no.
bitch.
I'm good. Nah, I'm
What
good.
is accurate is that maybe
No,
I wouldn't
I'm
have been
good,
so
Tony.
angry, but you
Bro,
leaked my shit first,
you were
and then
her
I was
bitch.
provoked, and I didn't give a fuck at that point. If
One
you
time
wanted me
you
to
didn't
not
lay
be
down-
provoked,
the
maybe
one
you
time
should have
you didn't
blocked
lay
and
down for
fucking
her, she
leaked
lost
my
her
shit.
fucking mind.
You didn't give a
The
shit.
one
did
time
you?
you didn't lay down, she fucking lost it.
Yeah, that's
Why
pretty much
should
exactly what
I?
happened,
Okay,
yeah.
why the fuck should I be nice if someone leaks my shit? Why
Listen,
I gotta lay down and be like, oh,
really,
it's okay
Tony,
that
the
you
problem
did that.
I had,
now
Tony,
everyone's fucking
was just that
meaning on
I
me
only
for
had 1,000
blackmail.
viewers at the time. I didn't have 10,000. If I had 10,000 viewers, she would have apologized. I'm pretty sure.
Right, the idea that I do stuff for clout when I'm here in the first place is hilarious. You are like literally a who-megalore.
Bro, no offense, but what is your fucking job? What do you even
I'm talking about when you
do?
apologized. You don't need somebody with 1,000 viewers to let you on and rant about whatever the fuck
No,
you want
it's
to rant
because
about
I've
that
known
day.
Destiny for like 8 years. I accept him for who he is. I've like met
Yeah.
him in person like a dozen times. Like I don't know why you think that we're similar. They're just different
Yeah.
circumstances.
Your life profession is just knowing Destiny. That's all you do.
It's quite literally not, and has nothing to do with anything I do. You think my cosplay like following's built off knowing Destiny?
You know what? I won't go there,
What
but
are you on about?
Come on. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh, you don't care. Brilliant. Oh,
I'm
that's
sure
fine.
the majority of the people that know Kelly Jean in the year 2024 is because of her cosplays, not because of anything else.
Oh, George.
It's because you know you're
too
biased
old,
because
huh?
you're
You
in
just
this
want-
community,
you
you
just want
fucking
that.
retard.
Yeah, I'm
Most
biased.
people
Yeah, you're
outside of
right.
this know me because
I'm
I'm a
biased.
cosplayer.
For sure.
None of my following's been from Destiny. You have to be retarded.
I'm not
I'm not talking about your. Jesus Christ, never mind.
Then what
It's like
are you?
talking to a fucking brick wall. It's like the wall I play
You're
tennis against.
brainlit. Like, why are you here? All the shit you've done. Fuck off.
You lost it. You're calling him a brainlet retard. You lost it, him. I don't know what.
I lost it. Lost what?
You fucking
Tony?
lost to him, Kelly. You fucking lost.
You lost to him.
You fucking lost the quality walnuts.
fucking
You
lost.
fucking lost.
Yeah, Nico
Accent
said
is that
one.
supposed to be?
You fucking lost.
Mystical, this Lust character in the waiting room really wants to get in here. I don't know if there's something going on.
I
or-
know, but listen, we have a lot
Okay,
of
all right.
people
If you don't want him in here, it's fine. I don't.
You literally just start throwing insults too, Kelly. Like, you just have to deflect and then throw insults, because that's all you have.
Why are you speaking about insults? What have you been doing to me all day, you retard?
Wait, do you want to go back to the fact when you went into the Destiny Discord for no reason and started talking about Destiny's child?
Look what we have here. Look who came crawling back because she didn't get attention for a whole month.
You're a fucking retard.
Welcome back, Kelly.
Tony asked me to
Welcome
come, and I will be leaving.
And who are you to decline?
You said that 90 minutes ago, you
I
fucking
came
liar.
here for tea. It was
Whether it's Tony or somebody's
90 minutes ago, you came for tea.
How could Kelly Jean refuse the spotlight even for a moment? Whether it's Tony or a child.
Are you done?
Totally appropriate thing to do, right?
Supreme,
Join a child
what the
Discord so that you
fuck?
can air your grievances out. I mean, how could this
Didn't air my
possibly be any worse than that?
grievances.
Oh, really? How would you like to watch the whole footage back? How would you like to watch that whole conversation back?
We pull it up. Does somebody got the tape? Somebody
Wicked, she doesn't
called
even...
me an abortion eater and kept spam pinging me.
He's
so I
a
joined the
child.
Discord. Yeah.
Wicked,
and
wicked.
I
She
don't
said
have
she
any
apologized to
reason to
Destiny,
treat him
and then when we asked her why did
to
she
any other
apologize,
person on
she
the
didn't even
fucking
say what
planet
she apologized for. She
outside of,
doesn't
like,
even know what she's
avoiding
apologizing for. She just said she apologized, but she doesn't know what she apologized for, so she didn't know what she did wrong.
No, it's not that I don't know. It's that I don't want to talk to you about it, Nico. So
That's bullshit. You don't want to talk about it
guys.
because
I got the tape. Let me send it to Gistical right now.
Let's watch it. Let's see whether or
Me
not Kelly
pointing
Jean.
out a
Let's,
few
let's
things
watch
that
whether or not Kelly
Destiny
Jean aired
said.
out her grievances to a child. Let's
It's
see.
not a grievance.
The
Just point
timestamp
out
might
some
be a
things
little
that he
funky,
said.
but I got it right here.
He's watched the
God
fucking
forbid,
video.
yeah.
That's why
God
he was
forbid, I
calling
go
me
to
an
a friend
abortion
that I
eater.
talk to like 4 hours a day and say, hey, I'm pretty pissed at Destiny right now. I might hate this nigga.
Didn't
God
say
forbid
that,
I do
did
that.
I?
You know what? She goes directly to Nathan, starts talking about all of her grievances. But you know what? At least she didn't call him a bad guy. At least she didn't say
I
he's not a
didn't
bad
give a
she didn't
single
say he was a bad
grievance.
guy.
You guys are just fucking lying.
Not just going to a child about it, going to the son of a man and complaining about that man.
Oh, bad look. Bad look.
All right. I'm just saying the people that
Someone-
harass
someone
me
that
daily
you
about
call
it talk
your
about
friend,
Nathan
Kelly.
a lot more than I ever have. But okay.
Someone that you
Leave
call
those
your
kids
friend.
alone.
You undermined
Didn't say
a
anything
man
bad
to his
about
own
him.
son.
Didn't
Protect
say
our
anything
daughters.
bad about him. Didn't
Oh, really?
undermine him.
I guess we'll
Just
find
said
out.
some
Hold
things
on,
that he
hold
called
on,
me.
hold on. It's gonna be.
I
It's
just
not
said,
gonna be
oh,
that
he
she
called
said
me
something
a
bad.
Nazi and lab and
She'll-
mystical. That's
She'll
what
describe
he said.
really bad behavior, right? She'll describe really bad behavior and then say, I didn't say anything bad. Right? She'll say,
No, I'm saying that
Destiny-
I didn't say the things that you're accusing
what?
me of. You
Actually,
fucking retards.
Right? Mr. Girl didn't say anything bad about Destiny. He just pointed out some facts, okay? He didn't say anything bad,
I would
though,
not
okay?
say
He pointed
that.
out some facts.
I only said
Okay.
things that Destiny
is.
literally said. I didn't make any interpretations on it.
Kelly Jean, leave those kids alone.
Hold on. Do you
God.
think you can go to the child of somebody and just list things that happened and have that be you complaining about the person? Do you think that's impossible?
Nathan was spam pinging me, calling me abortion eater. Do you not think he was aware of this entire fucking conversation?
If Nathan told you to...
13-year-old.
Yeah, if Nathan told you to fucking go into your local mosque and blow it up, would you do it? Like, what is this fucking
hold
logic?
on.
Are you
I think
I
no, no,
wouldn't
no.
go
I think,
into my local mosque and blow it up
shut the fuck
regardless
up.
of who
I had
told
a
me
high school
to
gym
do it.
teacher who got arrested for
Okay.
raping a student, and I think this was her defense, or sorry, his defense. She was like coming on to me, okay? She was coming on to me. What am I supposed to do?
Again
That
with the
14-year-old was coming on to
analogies.
me.
What is it with you and rape analogies? Like, what is
They're
fucking
funny.
wrong with your brain?
The deflection.
It's fucking disturbing. The amount of people that make sexualized comments, like, regarding Nathan is weird. It's very weird.
This
You're
wasn't
saying
about
that you
Nathan, it
couldn't
was an
control
analogy.
yourself
Hey,
to leave alone a 13-year-old. Like,
Seek
what the
help.
fuck?
Okay, hold on. We gotta listen to what this is. I got linked to timestamp.
Alright, yeah, that's what he does.
We'll have to continue this another time if we do. It's getting a little bit late. I've got to do some cleaning out. Streams upcoming. Two. This week. Sorry I ended it there on Kelly Jane. That was sugar content. I don't know. It's so great. It's just wonderful. I love it. Thank you everyone for coming in and spending a little bit of your time with me. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys have a wonderful rest of your night. I'll see you on. I may do one tomorrow, but we'll see. But definitely one on Thursday. Okay. Catch you later.